Let's go. Let's finally complete Unlimited Blade Works. This is it. The end. Or at least I think
شيرو.
so, انا ما اعرفش، ما عادي ممكن اتفاجئ لو الموضوع اطول مما انا متوقع عادي، ما انا اكيد مش هفضل صاحي لحد الساعه 3 بالليل يعني. Ren,
فجأة
are you saying the Holy
جلجامش.
Grail is at the Ryudo Temple?
ええ、前から今回の恒例場所は竜道寺だと睨んでたのよ。キャスター対策で監視役の使い魔を放ってたんだけど、それもついさっき潰れたし、あの金ピカ竜道寺に陣取ってると見て間違いないわ。
竜道寺ですか。
الموديل حقه عنده سميرك فيس غريب.
あの山には山門からでしか侵入できない。当然ギルガメッシュも山門で待ち構えているでしょう。
そうね。けど逆に言えば位置が特定できて助かるわ。あいつも厄介だけど、聖杯の召喚を止める方が先決だもの。セイバーにはあいつの足止めをしてもらって、その隙に私たちで聖杯を壊すっていうのが理想でしょうね。
待った、聖杯を壊すってそれはセイバーじゃないとできないんじゃないのか。俺たちじゃ聖杯には触れないんだろう。
そうね。
بالضبط.
私たちに呼び出
كيف
された聖杯を
نهدمهم
壊
جريل
すことは
اصلا
で
ما
きる。
اللي ما يقدروا يلمسوها.
その前に聖杯の器を壊すことはできる。
يعني اكسكاليبر ضربتين اخذتها عشان تتكسر.
بالضبط. بس لا، بس هذا فيت زيرو، بس في ستي نايت بضربة واحدة ينكسر.
يعني
في فيت زيرو كذب واخذ حبتين اكسكاليبر، في ستي نايت ياكل ضربة واحدة. بس ستيل حتى في حالة زي هذه يعني ما يقدروا يلمسوه اصلا. هو بالضبط اكسكاليبر، وهم اصلا ما يقدروا يلمسوا الجريل. يقول لك الجريل ما يقدر يلمسها الا سيرفنت.
بالضبط. انا شايف يعني ما اظن في هيومن عنده
正
الماجيك
確に
باور
は
حق
聖杯
اكسكاليبر
が
يقدر
発動する
يطلقه.
前に停止させるってことだけど。
يعني لو حد يقول
聖杯を
يحسون.
停止さ
طب
せる
ما
っ
في
て
فين
どういう
الباور
意味
فين؟
اه تقول لك
فهمت علي؟
بيحاولوا يوقفوها قبل ما يحصل لها اكتيفيت.
あんまり考えたくないんだけど、今までの話を総合すると、聖杯はイリアスフィールの心臓
اذا
で
كان
しょ。
كذا ماشي.
けど聖杯っていうのはイリアスフィールの体、魔術回路とセットだと思う。あいつはイリアスフィールが聖杯になることを嫌がって、核となる機関だけを引き抜いたとするとね、聖杯として機能させるためにはもう一度魔術師の体に埋め込まないといけない。残ったマスターは私とあと一人だけ。私がここにいる以上、あいつが聖杯基盤に選ぶの
ايش
は
حق نعرف فيه خلينا نقرا. الماجيك السلكي
قريت يا اسطى؟
ايه
シンジってことか。けどシンジにはその
魔術回路がないって言うんでしょ。きっとそんなの構わないのよ。あいつ不完全な聖杯を作りたがってるんだから、不完全なマスターに埋め込むでしょうね。血が絶えたって言っても魔党の血族には遺伝的に魔術回路の跡があるし、イリアスフィールの心臓なんてそんな核融合炉をつけられたら、閉じてた回路だって力ずくで開かれるわ。
In that case, what we need to do first is separate Shinji from the Grail. I don't understand what it means to become the foundation for the Grail, but we must stop it if we can still make it.
ですがそれをギルガメッシュが許すとは思えない。聖杯を止めるということはギルガメッシュを倒すということではないのですか。
そうだな。あいつが聖杯を守っているのは明白なんだから、まずあいつをどうにかしないと話にならない。
そうね。けどあいつ山門で私たちを待ち受けてると思うのよ。私たちの最大の戦力であるセイバーが山門からしか入れない以上、それ以外の突入経路はないんだもの。だから。
なるほど。私は単身で山門から突入する。リンとシロはその隙に裏から竜道寺に侵入するのですね。マスターである二人なら竜道寺の結界も意味はない。
そういうこと。セイバーには頑張ってもらうしかないんだけど、とにかくあいつの足止めをして。私たちも聖杯を止め次第すぐに駆けつけるから。
待った、それは無茶だ。セイバーじゃあいつにはかなわない。足止めなんてできないぞ、きっと。
何よ、やけにあいつの肩を持つわね、シロ。
全くです。確かに彼は強敵だが、それでも防戦に徹すれば私とて簡単には敗れません。
قال سيبر حشمت.
その根拠を言ってください、シロ。
いや、そういう意味じゃないんだ。俺が見た限りあいつよりセイバーの方が強い。これは絶対だ。かけてもいい。
ではなぜそのようなことを言うのです？
だから英霊である限りあいつには勝てないんだ。そうだな。もしあいつがセイバーと同じ宝具しか持ってないのなら、セイバーはまず負けない。剣士としての能力は比べるまでもないんだから。けどあいつの強さはそういう個人としての強さじゃないんだ。どんなに優れた兵士でも戦争そのものには勝てないだろ。あいつはそういう類の英霊だ。対抗するには同じ戦争じゃないと飲み込まれる。
つまりシロは私と彼とでは相性が悪いと言っているのですね。
ああ、そういうこと。だから登坂、何の策もなしでセイバーとあいつは戦わせられない。せめて突破口ぐらいないと勝ち目がないんだ。
そんなこと言われなくても分かってるわよ。だから今からそれを考えようって言ってるんじゃない。
ではリンには策があるのですね。
そう都合よく思いつくはずないでしょ。シローの言った通り、あいつの宝具は戦争だもの。戦争っていうのは戦力をどれだけ整えたかで勝敗が決まるものでしょ。いかに上手に兵器を扱えるかじゃなくて、どれだけ相手と同じ戦力を。
なんだよ登坂、いきなり黙り込んで。
そっか、だから目の敵にしてたんだ。そうよね、自分の宝具を持たない英霊なら原点になる武器さえ存在しない。待てよ、それってつまり。
リン、どうしたのです？いきなり私の背後に回って。
なんでもない。ちょっと考え事するから二人で勝手に会議してて。
Saber and I look at each other. Well, if Tosca has an idea, then it's better we leave her alone.
ではそうなるとアーチャーとの一騎打ちは避けた方がいいということですね。
But Sam, it's time to do a mana transfer.
ですが私とてリンに
محتاجين نعمل mana transfer. عايز mana get 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 mana.
彼女からの供給があれば
شوف المرة
封印していた私の
المرة
宝
المانا
具も
ترانسفير
問
اللي
題
انت
なく使
تعطيها
用できます。それならば彼が宝具を使用する前に倒せる可能性もあるのですが。
セイバーの宝具？それって風王結界じゃなくて？
はい、風王結界は鞘に過ぎません。リンの許しがあれば私は自らの聖剣を使用できます。
والله حمار من جد هنا.
前回聖杯を破壊したのもその件です。
そうか。じゃあそのあたりは登坂次第ってことか。
そうですね。聖剣を使用すれば私だけでなくリンにも大きな負担がかかります。
だってさ登坂、お前の魔力量どのくらい余裕があるんだ？
魔力量ってなんで私の考えてることわかるのよ、あんた。なんでもない。私のことは放っておけって言ったでしょ。セイバーの宝具のことならちゃんとわかってるわ。言っとくけど私とセイバーじゃ打てて2回よ。1回は聖杯に使うんだから、ギルガメッシュとの戦いに使うっていうなら1回だけだからね。
セイバー、 遠坂はそう言ってるけどどうだ？
わかりません。アーチャーがあらゆる宝具を持つというのなら、私の宝具と拮抗するものも所有しているでしょう。
そうか。結局宝具の競い合いになるのは否めないのか。
If it ends up like that, Gilgamesh will have the upper hand. I won't let Saber walk into a reckless fight like that, but... Damn it, I can't put my thoughts together. By the way, what exactly is Tosca doing? She's been acting weird. I say that because she's been looking in my direction and then quickly looking away.
はい、遠坂。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。アイデアあるんだろ？
ないわよ。こんなところで言えるわけないでしょ、バカ。
I don't understand what made her say something like that, then quickly look away as if something weird is on my face.
シロ、
いや、なんでもない。あいつは変なんで、ほっといて話を進めよう。
And so we're continuing our strategy meeting with just the two of us. But without Tosca, the brain of our aberration, we can't really think of an effective strategy to overcome our predicament.
ないんならさっきの案でいいでしょ。決行は夜明け前だから、それまで各自自分の部屋で十分に休みを取っておくように。
Tosaka has unilaterally decided the direction for us. احنا الاتنين عارفين ان مش هو ده الحل يا توسكا. رين لازم تعملي الحل الصحيح.
انت وسيبر صح؟
Rin told me to at least take a nap, but I'm not really in any condition to fall asleep. In a few hours, we'll have to face that servant. If we move right before dawn, that means everything will be over by the time the sun rises. There's no way I can stay still in a time like this. I should... Oh my god, بسام اختيارات. مش بس كده. 3 اختيارات وزي ما قالك ما عادش فيه باد اندنجز. يعني مش زي المرة اللي فاتت لما رحت اتشرمطت مع سيبر فمتنا. هي الاختيارات دي ليها علاقة بالجود اندنج والترو اندنج.
يس.
تاني بقى كده لازم نعد دلوقتي، هنروح نعد. انا من بدري غلطت هنا. دي اسوأ غلطة عملتها وما صلحتهاش بدري، ان انا في حتة كان المفروض اظبط رين وما ظبطتهاش. ماشي، انا غالبا هتفشخ مش هعرف اجيب الترو اندنج. واحد رين وواحد لسيبر. طبعا انا قاعد اعد الريليشن شيب. 2 لرين، 2 لسيبر، 3 لرين، 4 لرين، 'ايه ده؟ انا غلطت هنا ما جبتش ولا ريليشن شيب ليها. غلطاني انا في كام مرة ممكن اغلط فيها. ماشي، 4 لرين، 2 لسيبر، 5 لرين، ولا نزال 2 لسيبر. يبقى شكلي هختار سيبر عشان انا كده. ولو انه خلينا نجيب الترو اندنج الاول، نحاول نوصل للترو اندنج بعد كده نبقى نرجع تاني نحاول نجيب الجود اندنج.
そうだな。こんな状況で眠ってられるか。
يكون استراتيجيات بس تسوق ها.
ايوه. توسوكا مين بس؟ توسكا.
اه
رين اسهل. A strategy against Gilgamesh. If we are to face a cold-hearted enemy like that, we will end up with nothing but regret if we don't try to find an opportunity. If we go to Ryudu Temple now, I'm sure someone is going to die. Rather than end up with a regret like that, it's not a shame to try to do anything, to struggle until the very last moment. انت تخش الحمام في لحظة steamy.
بطني
登坂
تفضل.
起きてるか
I knock on her door.
ちょっと待った絶対入るな
Knowing Tosaka, I thought she would be sleeping by now, but it seems she's still awake. Not only that, she's panicking. I can hear her running around the room for something. It seems she's finally calming down. After a loud and deep breath, I can hear through the wall she opens the door.
で何よ
She glares at me as soon as we see each other.
いや何って話の続きだよ。ギルガメッシュへの対抗策をもう少し考えたいんだ。
Huh? Why are you staring me down like that?
もしかして今すごく不機嫌か
I already know what she's going to say, but it doesn't hurt to ask. What do you think? She'd obviously yell at me, but I'm really curious, so I end up asking her anyway. However,
別にそういうわけじゃないわ
now she's making me even more confused.
登坂お前熱でもあるのか
ないわよもういいから入ったらギルガメッシュをどうこうするかってことならこっちから行こうと思ってたんだから
Tosca drags me inside the room and locks the door, and then she slowly moves back into the room. Anyway, I start to move towards the center of the room. Facing towards Tosca, I sit across from her. Silence. She said she had something she wanted to talk to me about, yet she's not saying a word right
登
now.
坂ギルガメッシュのことなんだが
分かってるわよセイバーと戦わせたくないって言うんでしょセイバーには優しいのよねヘミヤ君は
なそういう話じゃないだろう単にセイバーじゃあいつとは相性が悪いから配置換えをするべきだって話だ足止め役のセイバーが倒されたら次に狙われるのは登坂なんだから
じゃあ配置換えって言うけどどうするつもりよ私はパスよあの金ピカ金に焼かせてタイム術の武装をまとってるし私じゃあセイバー以上に相性が悪いわそれはあなただって同じでしょ
She's right. But I just can't forget those eyes. What Asher's gaze was trying to tell me. That golden servant. Only Shiro Emiya can go up against Gilgamesh.
登坂怒らないで聞いてくれあいつの相手は俺が
あなたがするって言うんでしょなんだやっぱり気づいてたんだギルガメッシュの宝具の天敵はアーチャーの魔術なんだって
My jaw dropped.
えってシロあんた気づいてなかったっていうのにそんなふざけたこと口走ったわけ
いやそれは確証がなかっただけで俺たちの中なら一番俺に可能性があるかなと
誰に入れ知恵されたか知らないけどそれは間違いじゃないわギルガメッシュを最強たらしめているのは宝具の数でしょけど逆を言えば同じ数の宝具さえ持っていれば力は拮抗する
同じ数の宝具
Basically, I just need to copy every single one of his weapons as soon as he unleashes them.
そうよあいつはあなたたちのことを偽物だって言ってたけどそれは敵として脅威を感じたからでしょうねあいつは英霊エミヤに対してだけは互角の戦いをせざるを得ないんだから
That's true, but
そうかもしれないけど無理があるアーチャーの剣を一本投影するだけでボロが出るんだぞあんな次から次に宝具を出されたら投影も間に合わないし魔力も持たない
あなたの魔術が今までと同じならねけど アーチャーの宝具が何だったか覚えてるでしょ。あの魔術固有結界さえ使いこなせるようになればギルガメッシュに対抗できる。
Tosuke stares at me with high expectations. Unfortunately, I can't answer her
無茶だ
expectations.
固有結界ってのは禁呪中の禁呪じゃないか。やり方がわからないし、アーチャーが世界を作るときに使った魔力は俺の数倍だぞ。
ええ、無理なのは分かってるけど、やり方ならあなたはもう知ってるはずよ。だってあなたの魔術は結局みんなそれなんだもの。強化も必要な魔力さえあれば驚くぐらい簡単に歯車が噛み合うと思う。
仮にそうだとしても無理なことに変わりはないだろう。俺には結界を張る魔力も維持する魔力もないんだ。あいつは長い年月をかけて魔術回路を鍛えていったんだろうけど、俺にはあいつほどの魔力が。
分かってる。でもギルガメッシュも言ってたでしょ。自分で補えないならよそから持ってくるのが魔術師だって。
だから俺にはそんなよそから魔力をもらってくるなんて器用な真似はできないんだって。遠坂みたいに宝石に魔力を貯めているわけでもないし。もしかしてあの宝石を使おうっていうのか。
Of course, I don't think she'll agree to that, seeing that I don't have any training in magecraft to be able to utilize those gems.
それで済むならとっくに渡してるわ。けど私の宝石は私にしか変換できないから却下。でもアプローチとしてはそれしかない。他人の魔力を自分のものとして扱うのにはいろいろと手順があって、現状でできることといったらもうそれぐらいしかないわけだし。
なあ遠坂、どんな考えかぐらい教えてくれないか。これじゃあ相談にもならない。
そんなことシロに言えるわけないじゃない。
It seems she's thinking about something that is hard to tell me.
なんでもないの。方法はいくつか考えられるんだけど、その中で可能性の低いものを取捨選択していただけで。
The back of a stem?
そうなのか。それでいい考え
سام
がある
رجعت؟
のか。
مفيش حاجة مهمة ممكن تسكيب الهلك يعني، تخش هنا على طول.
率直に言うと私とあなたの問題、魔力の蓄えのある魔術師同士をつないでやりくりする方法よ。
俺と遠坂の間にパスを通して魔力の融通をする。
そう、シローに固有結界を使うための魔力量が足りなくても私にはある。あなたには私の魔力を使ってギルガメシュと戦ってもらう。その間に私とセイバーが聖杯を破壊する。こっちにはセイバーがいるんだから、私の魔力が多少減っても戦力は拮抗するわ。
If I can use my reality marble to hold Gilgamesh back without any other servants and masters, the Holy Grail is left wide open. Ren being a mage and having Saber by her side, our chance of success is high enough.
しかしだな、その前の段階が難しいというか、俺はパスの通し方なんてわからない。
そんなの承知の上でよ。
Kumain na ba?
その方法を考えるのが私の役目なんだし。
Ren is thinking of something. ايه؟
تدري سمعت الرد حقك من الستريم وما سمعت الاتصال؟
ابو كلب لانك. But she doesn't look optimistic about it.
パスの通し方だけど、即効性があって魔力の融通が可能となると方法は数えるほどしかない。一番有効なのは魔術回路をお互いに移植すること。
Transplant our magic circuits into each other. Magic circuits are secondary pseudo-nerves that can be set to define a mage. Using ought to exert... مش مهم الهلك ده. قال لك using ought to exert an influence on mana, the core mechanism of a mage. It's a living inheritance to make sure one's bloodline can have the foundation necessary to realize their family's great work when they've reached the pinnacle. You can say it's like one's blood and bone that strengthen as time goes on.
魔術回路って俺たちの中にあるあれか。
そう。魔術師の本質をお互いに移植すれば、これほど確実なパスはないわ。相手の回路の一部が自分のものになれば、そこへ魔力を伝えることは造作もない。
Her explanation is short and simple, yet contains a sense of guilt. Of course it would. I can't even begin to imagine the consequence of doing something as crazy as transplanting your magic circuits into someone else. For a person to offer their own magic circuits to be transplanted, it also means they're giving up their integrity as a mage. But that makes this easier.
よし、俺の魔術回路を移植しよう。なんだよ、遠坂。
気持ちは嬉しいけど却下。だって意味ないもの、それ。
Right in my face. She just ends up throwing my resolve right back in my face.
なんで？
いい？そもそも魔力を融通するのはシロウの固有結界を使うためでしょ。なのにシロウの魔術回路を減らしてどうするのよ。私の魔力とシロウの全魔術回路を使って初めてあの固有結界は実現できるんだから。
I see. I'm the one who will use the ultima, but I will only barely be able to create a fantasy big enough to corrode the world itself when I fully exert my magic circuits. If I were to transplant some of my magic circuits into Ren to create a boss, then I wouldn't have enough circuits to perform my magecraft, which would defeat the purpose.
わかった。手間暇かけて戦力ダウンしているようなものよ、シロ。
すまない。そこまで考えが及ばなかった。
いいわ、そんなに謝らなくても。今の返答、それなりに予想してたし。ま、即答だったのは予想外だったけど。
じゃあ、遠坂の魔術回路を俺に？
But that also means...
確かにシロウの回路を私に移植するより逆の方が戦力は確保できる。でも移植の儀式をするのは私。魔術回路を使いながらその回路自体を減らしていくだなんていうのは術そのものの安定が確保できない。スカイマの契約ほど形式化していれば安全性は確保できるけど、魔術師同士のパスのためなんてのはあんまり例がないことだし。
共倒れになるかもしれないってことか。
そう。あなたの魔術回路を私がもらうのは論外。私の魔術回路をあなたにあげるのは惜しい不正解ってところね。だからあなたに私の魔術刻印を移植する。
レンのシェラーをマートランスフェ
Magic Chris? What? عايزة تديله الماجيك كريست يا بسام بتاع العيلة اللي فيه كل السبيلز بتاعت العيلة. It records the secrets and hidden arts of a mage's family. It's their history. If magic circles are the blood and bones of a mage, then one could say that the crest is their muscle. A magic crest is magecraft taking form. Through the life work of a mage leading the family in that generation. What was supposed to be a formless is given form. It is the proof of mage's existence. Ren is having inherited her family crest, she gets to enact the magecraft that this generation's family had created.
いや、それは。
分け与えるということなら魔術刻印の方が何倍も楽よ。まあ魔術回路ほど私そのものでもないけど、遠坂の家系でできているものだし、パスとして使う分には十分よ。
それは本当に？
本当だってば。刻印化している魔術はまあ使い物にならなくなるけど、受信装置としての役割ぐらいになら作り変えられるわよ。ああ、それとも成功率の話？一族じゃない人間に魔術刻印を移植できるかってこと？
ああ、それも一応気になるけど。
大丈夫、任せなさい。きっかり白をバックアップしてセイバーと3人で勝ち残って聖杯を手に入れるから。ええ、もう決めたことだもの。ここ一番の失敗も今回ばかりはねじ伏せてやるわ。
She asserts confidently with a bright smile. There is nothing else that needs to be said. Removing her magic crest. That's the same as delaying her family's ultimate wish with her own hands. I've seen that so many times. The fact that she could overcome that truth with a simple smile and with such determination is her strength. And I've seen it too so many times.
何よ、急に物分かりいい顔して。私の顔なんか変？
ああ、 そうだな。初めて教会に行った時と同じだ。なんていうか、遠坂のいいところって分かりづらいよな。
失礼な言い草ね。それで思い出したけど、あの時私って変な顔してたの？
That fated night when I summoned Saber, Tosaka looked seriously worried about me. Someone who was just her enemy when I got sick at the church. I'll never forget how much that expression saved me. I can't say too much about others, but Rin was a really nice person. Probably nicer than anyone I've ever met.
まあ変な顔だった。俺あの時はまだ遠坂のことを優等生だって思ってたし、あんな顔するなんて思わなかった。
どうせ猫かぶりで冷酷な女ですよ。わかりづらくて悪かったわね。
Yes, but I've been saved by her. She's kind yet realistic and has a heart of steel who's willing to discard her weakness at a moment's notice. She hides her hesitation and troubles in her heart and always shows the elegant side of her to everyone, treading forward in her own path with grace.
で、それはいいけど、なんでジロジロこっち見るのよ、あん。
え、ああ、そっか。ちょい見とれてたみたいだ。今更だけどさ、そういう遠坂だから俺は好きになったんだなって。
Then I can't lose. She's willing to transplant her magical crest to me without hesitation and regret. Then I must repay her kindness with my own trust.
好きって今はそういう話をしてる場合じゃないけど、聞いてあげるぐらいなら構わないというか。
بيك ساندري let's fucking go. قال لك مش وقت الكلام ده دلوقتي، بس بس هسمعك عادي بدل ما عايز تتكلم يعني. ها بسام؟
يس انا قاعد استعجب.
Rin is readying herself. I'm glad it seems she's prepared and has noticed my resolve.
ああ、分かってる。時間もないし、無駄話をしている暇はないよな。さ、早く移植を始めよう。具体的にはどうすればいいんだ、遠坂。
Her mouth is wide open. That's weird. Did I just say something funny?
なんだよ。なんか都合の悪いことでも思い出しちまったか。
For example, some kind of jinx that prevents us from performing the ritual at a certain time of day.
別にちょっと頭痛がするだけ。慣れたつもりだったけど、エミヤ君の巡りの悪さを甘く見ていたわ。
يا من حلال كانت مستنية يقول لها أنا أحبك وأموت فيك ما أدري إيش. رجم لها بس بالكلمة عشان كذا أنا وقعت في حبك وكمل على طول داس. أيوة مسايلم ما عندنا وقت الهرجة الفاضي هذا. يلا إيش بنسوي؟
本当今に始まったことじゃないからいいけどね。言葉自体はまあ悪くなかったからよしにしといてあげるわ。
قال لك what you said well it wasn't exactly bad so I'll let you off the hook for now. أنا مش وحش برضه يعني أصلا مشيلك. She swings her body and turns away from me, and then she starts to take various items out of her bag.
はい。とりあえずこれ飲んで。痛み止めみたいなものだから。
おう。
I bought the lozenge in my mouth. The what? Rin turns off the light in the room and starts to draw some kind of pattern on the floor. يسطا بسام الباترن اللي بترسمها على الفلور على شكل زب ختمه في نصه زب. About 5 minutes have passed. After the preparation is complete, Tosuke sits down on the bed.
それで遠坂、俺はどうすればいいんだ。
It doesn't seem like she didn't hear my question, but Tosuke's having the strange troubled look on her face.
なんだよ。言いにくいことなのか。覚悟はできてるからな。大抵の無茶なら驚かないさ。
This is what I meant by trust. Tosuke nods her head.
じゃあ言いにくいんだけど、とりあえず服を脱ぎなさい。
With nervousness in her tone, she issued me a command I'm not used to. Let's assess the situation. The lights are off. Tosaka sitting on the bed with her head down, clearly nervous. Why am I only realizing this now? Tosaka's soft-looking body and her supple legs dangling above the floor are all making her look very seductive. My brother in God, stop being horny for 3 seconds. And she's asking me to take off my clothes.
そこ変な誤解しない。単に服を脱げって言っただけでしょ。私だって脱ぐんだから公平だし。
It's fair indeed. It's fair indeed. اقلع يالا. استرجل لا اقلع يلا. I took my weird fancy back after she yelled at me.
遠坂も脱ぐ。
I don't know how else to interpret what she said other than taking it as exactly as it is.
だから境界しない。服を脱ぐのは体温を伝えやすくするためで、それ以上の意味はないんだから。いい？魔術刻印の移植には高度な共感状態にならないといけないのよ。そのためにも余分なものはできるだけ剥ぎ取っておかないとダメでしょ。
ああ、なるほど。
Of course. I'm not sure what transplanting a magic curse actually looks like, but from the sound of it, it could be similar to a medical transplant. I guess you wouldn't operate on a patient when they are fully clothed.
ちゃんと説明してくれればいいのに。上だけでいいんだよな。
当たり前でしょ。下まで脱いだらそこのヒーター投げつけるから。
It's scary thinking of what she might actually do. Taking off my top, I've had her take care of my injuries a few times already, but still feels a little embarrassing. I can hear Tosaka taking a deep breath in the dark.
じゃあ次ね。シロ、ちょっとあっち向いてて。
そうか。遠坂も脱がなきゃいけないのか。
No answer. Taking her silence as affirmation, I quietly turn around. As I turn my back towards her, I take a deep breath to calm myself. I'm going to receive her magic crest and create a bond between us. Her magical energy will pass through it and allow me to activate the reality marble in order to defeat that servant. Really, bro? This is simply a process in this long and dangerous fight. I should be able to suppress unnecessary thought, just reaffirming that fact to myself. Controlling the horny. But can the horny be controlled, though? What do you think, Abasse? Can the horny be controlled,
Cannot be
Justin?
contained.
いいわ
No,
よ、
cannot
シ
be
ロ。
contained.
You can
And
turn
chain
around now, Shiro.
case?
My
No.
heart skips a beat. I turn around slowly to face Tosaka. I let out a sound. It might seem rude, but I'm troubled by what I'm seeing.
遠坂。なんだ、その気合の入らない脱ぎ方は。
Tosaka has taken off some clothes. But from the way she removed them, I don't feel any resolve in her.
何よ、不満だっていうの？
不満というよりバランスが悪いというか。だいたいこっちは上着を全部取ってるのに、遠坂はそれだけだと比率が合わないし、どうもシンメトリーじゃないのは落ち着かない。
わかった。両足とも脱げばいいのね。こやつ、思いもよらずマニアックな。
Well, I shouldn't press further on what we're talking about.
いいけど、儀式を行うのは遠坂だし、それで成功するっていうなら文句はない。
そりゃ脱がない分難度は上がるけど、だって全部見せちゃうのもったいないというか。
Tosaka's murmuring to herself. I like it's a waste if I show you everything now. عايزة تخلي الموضوع لليلة تاني. Fortunately, it's taking everything in me to keep calm, so I don't have any energy left to argue with Tosaka.
じゃあシロ、もう一度後ろ向いてて。
She whispers to me and I turn around immediately. This time the sound of Tosaka's clothes rustling lasts a little longer than before. Once again I remind myself that this is a serious ritual. Even if Tosaka is in her most exposed and defenseless form. Yes! Defenseless لسه موجودة! Defenseless لسه موجودة! بس انت عارف defenseless دي اصلها ايه؟
ايش؟
اللعبة القديمة كان في حته كده في السينز اللي هي اللي شالوها في ريالتا نوا، بيقول لك انه توزا ديفنسلس يعني.
اه.
فهمت؟ ف
مم.
فاسمه ايه ده، فالديفنسلس دي لسه موجوده. me becoming frantic will ruin this whole thing.
今度はこれでどう？シロ。
Tosaka's voice trembles. I slowly look over to Tosaka's body. I can faintly see the soft outline of her body under the dim lamplight. Her shoulder, neck, and collarbone form the most beautiful silhouette. اديني horniness يا اسطى، اديني اشعار.
どう？これで満足？
I'm relieved that even when she looks so beautiful, she still has the same snappy Tosaka. I try to relax my expression as I feel that I may have unknowingly broken into a smile.
文句なし。逆にこっちがきつい。
I cover my face with my hands and take a very deep breath. If I don't at least hide my face, which is probably red as an apple right now, I'll lose my composure.
その顔を見れただけでアイコンにしとく。じゃあシロ、こっち来て。
Tosaka makes a gesture beckoning me to join her at the bed. Bum shika boom. We're still facing each other on the bed. The bed bounces, reacting to our weight.
Oh, bone.
Without saying a word, we both take in a deep breath. Tosaka is going to start the magic crest transplant ritual. I force myself to calm down before this intimate encounter. My consciousness is getting clearer as I focus my mind.
始めるわ。シロの胸にこれを当てて。
She reaches out her left arm with the magic crest. As I began receiving energy, the pattern on the upper area of my exposed arm faintly started to shine.
同調した後にシロの魔術回路に魔術刻印を移植する。魔術刻印は筆境他人の体。植え付けられるのは異物を盛り込まれることだから、体は拒絶反応を示すかもしれないわ。
わかった。そういう荒事には慣れてる。
This is no different from how I was training to use my magic circuit, activating a foreign nerve system while learning to control it. Not sure if it will be the same experience as with the magic crest.
そうね。体に無茶させるのは慣れてるんだっけ。
Maybe because this is reminding me of her. Maybe because this is remind her of my unusual training. But Tosaka lets out a small giggle. However,
それはそれとして、変なことしたら殺すからね。
she glares at me with narrowed eyes.
変なことって例えば。
She ignored me. I shortened the distance between us to the point that our shoulders are practically bumping together. It looks like I'm embracing Tosaka's left hand. I can feel Tosaka's breath on my neck, but then I realize she isn't just breathing.
意欲将来。刻印制御。第一、第16停止。
Her breath trembles as she utters the incantation. I can sense the magical energy is filling her body through her left hand. Her delicate fingers are placed on my chest. Through them, I can feel her pulse together with my own heartbeat.
名薬を刻む。一つ、二つ、三つ、四つ、五つ、六つ、数えなく。
I close my eyes to concentrate even further. My heartbeat is syncing with the pulse of her magical energy. She is adjusting her pulse to match mine, while I maintain a steady rhythm. I focus my mind and keep it in a serene state like I do during my own training. This is the only thing I can do since I've never experienced synchronization and I don't have a feel for it. Ainaya!
大きく。大きく。小さく。広く。発症。
My eyelids are closed as if they've been soon shut. Okay. My senses of smell is weakening and my sense of taste is fading. My body senses are getting distorted. I can't tell clearly if I'm sitting down or if I'm standing up. In contrast, I can feel the warmth of Tosuka's skin intimately, my own heartbeat and Tosuka's pulse. I can tell which one is which. I can't tell which is anymore. A phantom pain as if someone was having a hold over my heart. A phantom experience as if I'm gripping someone's heart. I move around my fingers trying to identify this feeling I have in my palm. My hearing still works. I heard a sound just now. Wait, my senses are mixed it up. I can't tell if that was my body I touched or if that was Tosuka's voice I heard. The breaths that escape from her mouth are pained. Even while knowing that it isn't my own breath that I'm hearing, I can't help but listen to it. A voice from inside of me just yelled at me. I tried to ask what's happening and what's going to happen. That was as much as I could hear before I suddenly lost myself. It feels like my body had turned to paper and is rapidly being folded up. Slowly the paper that is my body is being carefully tucked away, but since time has stopped for the surrounding world from the outside, it probably seems like all of this is happening at the speed of light. There is no limit to the repeated process of accumulation and contraction. What? Even though there is a limit to how many times you can fold up a two-dimensional surface, no matter how much area it has, my body keeps folding inward. My vision turns blue while it was red before I was folded up. What? I'm floating. Bro, you're high! I'm falling yet floating at the same time, and the world is passing me by at a rapid speed. Bro, you're just high. Are you sure you didn't actually take drugs? She gave you some herbs. That might have been weed, bro. I tried to reach out my hand to familiarize myself with the world where acceleration and termination exist at the same time. I just realized that my arms were already folded away, so there is nothing for me to reach out with. Now that is an issue. I already severed things that I've deemed unnecessary to this place, but I don't think I would lose my arms and legs if this keeps going. If this keeps on, then I'll lose my sense of self. That's why the first thing I need to do is not to confirm the world, but to assume my own form. I squeeze my hands. Although temporary, I have certainly achieved a sense of self. I am floating in a blue celestial sphere that there is no up or down, no sky or earth. It's quiet. I'm not talking about the sound, but my current finite state of serenity. Time is flowing on the outside. Blue sea fills the outside. There is nothing within the celestial sphere. That means this celestial sphere is the sky to the blue sea. The egg of the world. The egg of the world is the celestial sphere being covered in shells, or is the celestial sphere flipped inside out? Does the void give birth to all, or does the void seep out from all? What? Bro is on so much drugs. بس سامر الواد ده أخد كمية مخدرات مش طبيعية.
Yes.
The celestial sphere continues to rotate while inverted. Here, time is eternal. The formless gains form over the course of an eternity.
نعم hallucination قولي برا angel dust.
ده dust كتير يا اسطى. Nothing shares the same form and no lives differ from one another. It's a phenomenon that is common to all things. Common forms congregate and thus give form to different laws. What? Each rare occurrence also represents each great result. Beautiful, just like fish traversing through the vast sea. Will does not exist in this complete world. This world does not create resistance or preservation, no symbiosis or hostility. This place welcomes visitors. If a foreign object falls in here for them to exploit, they will, of course, respond to it. The tremendous flow of time is wavering. The collective of Magic Crest senses the foreign object's intention, but you must be careful. My senses are subverted. I'm seeing illusions. A hidden past not of my own passes me. It was an old memory. Someone else's memory, a memory of parting with someone in the morning, a memory of being placed in a mansion away from Fuyuki once the battle had started. You must be careful, no matter what kind of response to whatever intention. Any process conducted by them can only be perceived by humans as divine punishment. In a body that has no need for eyeballs and a brain, I'm getting dizzy. Information is passing by me. I'm seeing old memories, parting with a certain someone in the morning. The memory of a person who watched their loved one leave, knowing she would never hold his hand again. Lines from Magic Crest are swimming around me, surrounding me while looking for bait. There's nothing I can do. Well, there's nothing a bait can do to begin with. This won't result to anything unless I observe and accept everything like this. Change is ever so slow. Time surrounds me in a spiral passing through my body. Whoa. What are you talking about, bro? It starts to corrode me. It's like it's been devouring the void. Characters too. Season, winter, name, farewell. Flowers are being offered. A young girl standing in front of the grave. A priest standing, towering behind the young girl. Yorokobu! There are no words, only Yorokobu. The girl is determined to bury her own sadness yet again today. Foreign substances are invading. Spiral blades are closing in on the body. It is like a malicious bulbul. Bulbul? البلبل يا اسطى. يا اسطى مش عايز يقف بلبل يا اسطى. The crest transplant has started. I observe the gruesome reality. Fortunately, my function to feel pain is still folded away. I see myself being cuffed, binded, severed, dismembered, compressed, and played with, yet it feels like someone else. Oh, how easy it is to cut the flesh. Oh, how easy it is to shave the bone. The only thing left, like a soul being eternally tormented. One of my arms turned into that of an insect. Or it seems like it. How disgusting. This is also her suffering, a type of pain that I've heard resides within a magic crest. Our spectre. She harbors the kind of discomfort, or rather horror, that is several times more repulsive inside her body, yet she's able to laugh like that. She doesn't feel any disgust. When you think like that, what is there to be afraid of? Suddenly I've come in contact with a particular deep spot. This is mixed amongst memories of farewell and departure. It was an encounter that seared into her heart. Someone was running in the schoolyard. It's a high jump. Oh no! What's up? What's up?
حاجة انقذته.
مو لما انقذته هذه أسوأ.
بيتمرن.
It's a high jump. Someone was running towards the bar again and again. She was standing there watching the whole thing. It was meaningless, yet he kept trying until sunset. She thought to herself, what is the meaning of this? Yet she kept on watching as if she was betrayed by something, as if she just witnessed something precious. هي betrayed ولا bother؟ أيوة betrayed. An after-school sight that's not unusual at any school. But to her it was a sight that stirred up a revolution in her heart. Faintly, it was a sight familiar also to me, a sight from the bygone days. Time is returning to the outside. The world is returning completely. The strong self-awareness gained in exchange for my folded away body is evaporating, just like form is disappearing on the surface of the sea. Just like foam, I mean, disappearing on the surface of the sea. I was cut away from the inner world as I welcome a strange substance in my arm. So much crazy stuff. Nasu, are you sure you weren't on drugs when you wrote this, bro? Like, be honest with me, my mushroom man. My body feels heavy. I open my eyes while I'm still half asleep and try to faintly grasp my surroundings. My consciousness is coming back. I'm lying on the bed, facing up, with the top half of my body naked. My left shoulder is burning and sweating. When I try to wipe the sweat away, it hurts as if it's suffering from a burn. I thought I was seeing more fingers. It's obvious I'm not the same self from earlier.
そうだ。遠坂、成功したのか。
Just how many hours have passed since then? Don't tell me, did I end up passing out and sleeping while time just passed by?
なんだ。
Tosaka, you're still there. That's a
محمد ابوي
relief.
يبغاني بروح اشوف واجيك.
اتفضل بسين بصراحة ماشي هستناك حاول استناك. I guess we wait for the return of the Bassam. We shall wait, we shall wait. We shall wait for the bit. أنا أصلا كنت حسيت بس من الشرمطة اتلهيت. أنا مش عارف أنا بغني إيه. أنا بهبل كده ليه. الهري ده ابني إيه. ليه بتهبل كده ليه. بنعبط وبنهري كتير. ثبت على المبدأ مفيش تغيير. يا اسطى ده كلام خطير. بسام ويا بسام يا ابو كلب في كل مكان. Oh. Who commented this? And yes, it is the first time I ever played a visual novel. Well, it is the first time I played the novel, though I've known the anime and the manga for forever. ويلكم باك. مش عارف مين اللي رد، اللي سألني السؤال ده. because taken back later. في واحد يعني لقيته بعت كومنت. انا قلت هتبص شويه، اقعد على الموبايل شويه على ما انت ترجع. لقيت واحد كان باعت لي كومنت: باي ذا واي، هي دي اول مره تلعب الفيجوال نوفل؟ فرديت عليه قلت له اول مره العب الفيجوال نوفل، بس عارف الانمي من زمان يعني. شفت فيديوهات لورب العبيط عشان انا بحب فيت من زمان، بموت فيه بصراحه يعني، وهذه حقيقه يعني. انا عارف كميه لورب انت وسخه من قبل ما اقرا النوفل اصلا.
فيديو ماضي.
لا، فيديو الاستريم اللي فات ده بيعمل كومنت على الستريم اللي فات تقريبا. لسه بيشوف الستريم اللي فات يا اسطى. شكله واحد تاني بيحب فيت فشخ، لان البروفايل بيكتشر بتاعته شيرو، فشكله بيحب فيت فشخ زي حالاتي. Anyway, that's relief. I thought I'd overslept. I thought for sure I'd overslept. And am I imagining this or is she glaring at me?
遠坂成功したのか。
もちろん成功したわよ。申し分ないぐらいバッチリ。後遺症なんて出ないぐらいきっかり。そういうのが得意だった綺麗だって我が弟子ながらよくやったって陰険に褒めるぐらい完璧に。
ケリーكان هيقول لها: 喜ぶ少女、お前は正解だ。I'm sure that must be quite an achievement. But somehow Tosaka isn't proud about it, and she doesn't feel like her usual arrogant self. Rather, she's angry. She's really, really angry. I can sense the tension between us. She's clearly sulking about something. I don't know why, but it seems something has gone wrong. I feel like I need to read her mind immediately and calm her down, but I'm such a bad pupil. I'm not able to think of any reason as to why Tosaka would be angry. The persistent pain in my left arm, a strange feeling that is like a combination of sharp pain from cuts and a stinging pain from being burnt. Without a doubt, a streak of an elaborately designed seal is branded on my left arm. It looks like Tosaka's magic crest and it emits a faint blue light.
トサカ、これが。
ええ、私から移植した魔術刻印よ。もうただの回路になって元の魔術の痕跡もないけどね。
そうか。いや、すごいな。もっと痛むと思ったのに全然痛みがない。かすかに重いぐらいか。
それも時期になれるわ。魔力をつなげるだけのパスだから人体にもそう影響はないはずだし、刻印、いえ、回路の方が体に擬態していくから半年もすれば何も感じなくなる。
そうか。じゃあこれで。
移植は完了。基本的には私からシロへの一方通行で、そっちから魔力を送ることはできないわ。今の段階でできるのは私の魔力を送ることだけ。ここからはあなたの頑張り次第よ。固有結界を作る魔力はこれでクリアしたんだから、あとは。
My problem. All I need to do is fully activate my magic circuit and successfully create the reality marble.
そうだな。ありがとう、トサカ。魔術刻印、ありがたくもらっておく。
当然よ。ごめんなんて言わせないわ。お金にしたらもう超クラス。一生ものの貸しなんだから。
そりゃ確かに一生ものだ。で、どうしてそんなにトサカは怒ってるんだ？
見たでしょ。
え？
What did I see exactly? Don't tell me that when I thought I blanked out during the ritual, my body actually acted on its own and did something to Tosaka.
待った。なんかしたのか、俺。
だから見たでしょ、このけだもの。
Oh my god, she's calling him an animal. بتقول له حيوان، بس بتقولها بطريقة كده. جملة حيوان دي بتقولها كأنه يعني ايه، يعني خارج عن السيطرة، هيجان يعني.
けだもの。
Not possible. Did I actually do something to her that was so rough that she would use that word to describe me? Wait, there's no way that happened. I mean, the bed is tidy, and besides, I wouldn't be alive if anything like that happened.
そうだ。第一、儀式中は俺の目は機能してなかったっていうか、ほとんど真っ白だったし、見たものといえば魔術回路っぽいイメージと。
Maybe that's what Tosaka was talking about. An illusion I saw for a brief moment. In that state where we were sharing our senses due to the synchronization, it's possible that we would see imagery from each other's mind. It wouldn't be so much different than when I saw Saber's dream or heroic spirit Emiya's dream. What? Bassam! بيقول لك it wouldn't be that much different than when I saw Saber's dream or heroic spirit Emiya's dream. يعني حتى في Unlimited Blade Works برضو شاف أحلام سيبر. بس واضح انه ما شافش كتير، يعني شاف حاجة بسيطة وبعد كده خلاص. ومع ذلك كان حمار برضو، ما فهمش انه اكسكاليبر هو النوب الفانتازم. It all makes sense now. If this is the case, then the only thing that I saw that she would care about is that scene taking place at a schoolyard during sunset. Something that I haven't seen in my other dreams. I got it.
トサカ、変な夢見てただろ。どこかの学校の校庭でバカみたいに棒高跳びしてるやつをずっと日が暮れるまで見ていたの。あれって一体何だ。
Oh god, انضرب. I was hit by a pillow before I could finish my sentence. It was a swift and powerful swing. A critical strike even Saber and Fujine would be proud of. That's a critical hit, Dusta. There is another problem. It is the fact that a normal soft pillow can have the impact and the damage as if it is filled with water or something.
トサカ、何を。
うるさいうるさいうるさい。
She keeps on hitting me with the bellow. Still, looking like she did when she started the ritual, Tosuka continues her assault with the pillow.
なんか魔力込めてないかそれ。いいからやめる。変だぞ。何がどうしたんだ。
うるさいけだもの。人の秘密を覗き見ておいて何ふんぞり返ってるのよ。
ちょっと待て。秘密ってあんなのがか。
When I was surprised by her answer, she saw the opening and hit me in the face. That was a swift and powerful pillow uppercut. Maybe it's also the exhaustion from the transplant, but I'm haphazardly knocked down again. Tosuka must still be angry because she grabs me by the back of the neck and starts dragging me across the floor.
いいわよ。いつかこっちから恥ずかしい記憶を覗き返してやるんだから。その時は土下座をしても許さないわよ。ええ。
それは勘弁。あれ、もしかして。
She won't hear me out at all. She grabs the back of my neck and throws me out of her
エミヤ
room.
君、女の子にはいろいろ支度があるから自分の部屋に戻っててくれない？
With that evil grin of hers, Rin slams the door. Thrown out into the hallway looking like this, I blankly look up at the door.
バカ言うな。男にだっていろいろあるぞ。
I hold my dizzy head and get up. I thought of saying something back to Tosuka on the other side of the door, but I decide not to. I wasn't able to ask Tosuka what that scene I saw meant to her.
まあ、あれだけ嫌がるってことは何か特別な意味のあることなんだろうし。
يا حمار كل ده معرفتش مين اللهبل اللي كان قاعد بينط ومصر ينط للآخر؟ ما فكركش بحاجة الواد ده قد ايه اهبل ومصر ينط برضه بلا اي نوع من انواع الاستسلام like a classic ass shonen protagonist. Muttering silly stuff like that to myself, I go back to my room. It was probably just an excuse for Tosuka to kick me out, but it's true that there is no time. The date has already changed. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple. Yeah, this is... I close my eyes and feel the magical energy from Tosuka pouring into me. Tosuka isn't consciously supplying me, it is filling my body up. And my maximum magical energy capacity is... If my maximum magical energy capacity is 20 or 30 units, then she always has a 500 units of magical energy. I'm sure it would take years to stock up, but her maximum capacity might reach 1,000 units if someone supplied her.
驚いた。あいつ、本当にすごいやつだったんだ。
That reconfirms it, or rather I finally realize it now. Well, she's depleted now, and mages usually only keep about 80% of their magical energy, so Tosuka's magical energy is about 400 units right now. But that's still a massive amount of magical energy. I use about 2 units of magical energy to use strengthening magecraft wands. To use projection wands, I use about 5 units of magical energy on average. Using that example, the projection that I can use only 6 times at most could be used 30 or even 60 times with the help of Tosuka.
ま、いくら燃料があっても乗り物が安物ならオーバーヒートするんだろうけど。
أما قال لك العربية الرخيصة هتسخن بغض النظر عندها بنزين قد ايه. يعني انت فيسبا يالا ولا 128؟ انت شكلك 128. But it has still tremendously increased my power.
ثاني كنت مرسيدس.
I might even have a chance at winning against the King of Heroes like this. All that is left is... نام شوية يا حبيبي.
それまでゆっくり体を休めないと。
I'll rest my body and regain my mental and physical strength for the final battle at the Ryudo Temple. Everything is set. I'll face the last night with a fully prepared body for Tosuka's sake too, since she gave me her magic crest and opened up to me. يا انت عارف ايه اكتر حاجة غير قابلة للتصديق في النوفل دي كلها وفي الروت بتاع ناسو كله؟ في الروت ده بالذات يعني، بس برضه في النوفل دي يعني. مش السحر ولا ان في كينج ارثر ولا ان في جلجامش والخلق دي كلها. الكداب ابن الكدابة اللي قال ايه هيخلي شيرو يروح يحارب جلجامش بساعة واحدة نوم. بطل كدب يا روح امك. هيصحى مش شايف قدامه ومش هيعرف يعمل حاجة. ده الكدب الحقيقي. على الاقل نيمه 6 ساعات يا جدع. مش لازم ينام التمانية كلهم ويبقى كويس، ولا 12 ساعة يستريح على الآخر، بس نيمه 6 ساعات على الأقل، مش ساعة واحدة.
ساعة كفاية.
أنا متضايق أوي لو مش هعرف أجيب الترو إندنج.
هوب هوب هوب.
I turn off the lights in the
التسجيل ده كان
house.
أرجع له بعدين.
It's 4 in the morning. We leave the Emir residence with a few hours until dawn. We have our plan. There's nothing else to discuss now. We just need to go to the battlefield and carry out each of our responsibilities. There's no guarantee we'll come back safely. Well, until now it's been a recurring event, but this time there's no guarantee we'll return. So I need to make sure to turn off all of the lights in my house.
あれ
Someone is standing in the garden. A blonde girl gazes up at the night sky, doing nothing in particular.
おい何してるんだセイバー。
空を見ていました。それとこの家を。
I'm not ready to say goodbye again. God damn it. She answers me in a very gentle voice. When we first met, she looked at this house with a different expression.
いろいろありましたから、ずっと覚えていられるように心に焼き付けておきたかった。
Her voice, it reflects a determination that she might never come back, even greater than mine.
そっか。うん。できればずっと覚えていてくれ。
I make a humble request of her from the windowed hallway.
はい。では私からもお願いします。あなたたちは私が守る。
كمل
ですか
كمل
ら必ず二人でこの家に戻ってください。
Oh.
ああ。必ず戻るよ。ここに。
That's the only answer I can give now. We're going to destroy the Holy Grail. When that happens, Sable will leave too, because she's a servant. I'd like her to stay here, and she's even developed an attachment to our home. But that's the rule she can't break as long as she's a servant.
ちょっとそこ何してんのよ。時間がないんだから急ぎなさいよね。
A voice beckons us from the front door. Tosuka seems to have finished preparation and is already at the gate.
ではシロ。
Sayonara. Utsukushi Kishiu.
ああ。決着をつけに行こう。セイバー。
الروتس ممكن تختلف, but she was always the sword, bro. I turn off the last light and leave the house with Saber. The night is quiet. In the garden under the starry sky, the illusion of a girl gazing up at the stars still remains. Our direction is set. Saber is going to breach the temple from the front gate, while Tosaka and I will infiltrate from the back of the mountain. We plan to have Saber enter the temple slightly sooner than us to draw Gilgamesh's attention. We'll use the opening to sneak into Ryodo Temple from the back, stop the Holy Grail as soon as possible, and then back Saber up. Then, I'll counter Gilgamesh's noble phantasm with my projection so Saber can close in and finish him off. That's our only strategy right now. There is barely an intact path in the hills behind the temple. Tosaka scales the slope as surely as if she scoped out the area beforehand. At night, the mountains are dark and sinister. The mountain is an inviolable and a spiritual ground, so it naturally repels us. While the Dark Mountain itself is dangerous to human hikers, it also embodies a sacred realm with high spiritual purity. However,
尋常じゃないわねこれ。生臭すぎて吐き気がする。
Tosca gags, squinting at through the temple at the summit. At summit. Fishy is just her figure of speech. There isn't actually a fishy smell coming from the mountain. It just feels bizarre. The air feels uncomfortably lukewarm and it sticks to my skin. The life energy in the air feels so raw I can't tell if I'm breathing or the mountain is breathing. I even hallucinate that we're hiking up a giant intestine, not a mountain.
今更だけど、シロ、体の調子はどう？
Suddenly, Tosca asked me how I was.
いや、調子はいいんだが、悪いというか、正直持て余してる。
I tell her my honest feelings. With this much magical energy, 10 or 20 projections would be a piece of cake. But you could compare it to putting a jet engine on a worn-out plane. I feel like I can't relax, as if I'll spring a fuel leak and explode if I lose focus.
うわ、贅沢な悩みねそれ。けどちゃんと成功してよかった。初めてだったから心配だったのよ。
It was your first time?
心配？もしかして本当は綱渡りだったのか？あの儀式って。
家庭じゃなくてその後の話よ。シローに分ける魔力とセイバーに取られてる魔力のバランス。2人分の掛け持ちなんだから、セイバーの出力が落ちてるのはわかるでしょ？
そうか。そうだよな。じゃあセイバー、思うように戦えないのか？
あのね、甘く見ないで。そんな不手際はしないし、セイバーに比べたらシローに分ける魔力は小さいからなんとかやっていけるわ。ただ無理は効かないの。今のセイバーは1回しか聖剣を使えない。
聖剣が一度しか使えない？
Then she can't use it in Gilgamesh. We need Saber's noble phantasm to destroy the Holy Grail.
じゃあセイバーは切り札を封じたままでギルガメッシュの足止めをするのか？
ええ。だから少しでも早く合流しないとまずいわ。セイバーがギルガメッシュを止められないと判断した場合、聖剣を使うようには言ってある。けどそうしたらセイバーに後はないの。セイバーの聖剣でなければ聖杯は壊せない。だからその時は。
He holds his breath. When that happens, she's prepared to use the sacred sword knowing that she'll disappear afterward.
遠坂、それは。
仕方ないでしょ。これはセイバーが言い出したことなんだから。私が止めたって彼女は聖杯を壊すわよ。
Tosca doesn't look at me as she murmurs. Damn it, what a fool she is. This is just as hard on Tosca. She doesn't want Saber to disappear either. Then...
急ごう。ギルガメッシュにセイバーは渡せない。
当然よ。私のセイバーだもの。あんな奴に殺させないわ。
私のセイバーか。はいはい。お嬢様。We run up a game trail. A game trail? I know what we need to do. We'll stop the Holy Grail as fast as we can and then go settle things with Gilgamesh. You have your ideas a bit backward though. ليه انترلود؟ خلونا نخلص بقى. عايز احاول اخلص النهارده، مفيش وقت للكلام ده. Unlimited Blade Works. Saber. لا يبقى عايزين الانترلود. The mountain is rumbling. Dark clouds shroud the sky and the trees seem to tremble nervously due to the tremors. Saber watches it all from the mountain gate. She sensed it as soon as she felt noxious, indescribable aura oozing from the Ryuda temple. The golden servant isn't the only one awaiting her at the top of these stairs. Something aberrant lies in wait for her and her allies. She can't make any mistakes up ahead. If the summit is going to be the place where they die, then she will be the one to face the threat of death. She hopes the other two can survive this ominous realm. For their sakes, she can't afford to hold back. She can fire her sacred sword twice. She's well aware that she will disappear the instant she uses it the second
構
time.
わない。もとより捨て身でなくてはかなわぬ相手だ。
Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The only way to defeat the man with 1,000 noble phantasm is with a decisive strike from her sacred
じゃ
sword.
あセイバー30分経ったら始めて。
She recalls Ren's words. There's 1 minute left until the appointed time. Saber breathes in deeply and considers her condition. A breeze blows from the summit. She begins up the stone steps once the ill wind begins to shake the trees. She dashes up the steps in a single breath. As soon as she stepped foot into the stairs, the enemy would have realized her assault. The last servant she needs to defeat should appear within the temple grounds. She needs to get there as fast as she can and defeat Gilgamesh before Ren and Shiro arrive. She isn't defying her master's order. She began her assault after 30 minutes, just as Ren commanded. Even if she enters the temple grounds earlier than expected and engages Gilgamesh, that isn't a violation of her orders. She's just deviated from her master's projections in course of protecting her master's life. Loyal to the very end. While the air from the summit is butyrate, she is like a gust of cleansing wind that cuts the rot as she ascends the steps. Truly the brilliance of a king. It will take her less than a minute to reach the temple. That should put her about 5 minutes ahead of Ren's projection. It will give her plenty of time to end the battle with Gilgamesh. She runs, enduring the ominous chill from the mountain gate. Like a silver speeding bullet, she races towards the summit. Just as she comes up to the gate, she didn't mean to stop, but she comes to a sudden halt. Sweat coats her forehead. Saber gazes up at the mountain gate in astonishment.
待っていたぞ。よくぞ間に合ってくれた、セイバー。
A smooth voice cuts through the night. What? Moonlight glints off the 5-foot-long sword. An enemy that shouldn't be here stands at the top of the steps.
アサシン。
How? How? Her voice lacks its usual grace. She's faced with an enemy, an obstacle that shouldn't be there. That fact robs her of her composure.
どうしたセイバー。私がいるのがそれほど不思議か。私はここの門番だとお前は承知しているはずなのだが。
His voice is delighted yet cool. The swordsman seems completely unchanged, his back to the ill wind from the summit.
バカな。なぜここにいるアサシン。あなたはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだ。キャスターが消えた今、あなたがとどまっているはずがない。
通常のサーバントならばそうであろう。だが私はちと特殊でな。お前たちがマスターと呼ぶよりしろ。私にとってはそれがこの三門ということになる。
Still, where are you getting mana, bro?
土地がよりしろだと。
いかに魔術師といえど実体を持たぬサーバントにサーバントは維持できぬ。サーバントのよりしろはこの時代のものでなければならぬらしい。女狐は私を呼び出し、よりしろにこの土地を選んだ。故に私はこの三門にのみ出現するサーバント。召喚者であるキャスターが滅びたところで、この三門がある限り消えることはない。もっともそれも日雇いに過ぎんがな。女狐が私に与えた魔力はおよそ20日分。その限度がいつかお前ならば見て取れよ。
أها يعني ادتك مانا ل20 يوم من قبل ما تخلق. The swordsman explains in a sing-song voice and lifts his right arm. In his elegant garment, his pale arm is transparent like glass.
アサシン、あなたは。
見ての通り、夜明けまで持たぬ身だ。20日の刻限などとうに過ぎている。ここまで持ちこたえたことこそ行幸と言えよ。
She looks up at the swordsman in shock. His aura emits neither bloodlust nor hostility. It simply demands combat. He desires a pointless duel to the death, irrespective of victory or loss.
私と戦うために残ったというのですか、アサシン。
言わせるなセイバー。口にすればつまらぬ言葉になり下がる。
Assassin chuckles. Saber can understand the swordsman's reasons, but she doesn't have time for this. Unless she hurries, her allies will arrive while she's fighting Gilgamesh. No, in the worst case scenario, they might arrive first and be forced to engage him without her.
そこをどけアサシン。あなたに門番を命じたキャスターは消えた。もはや門を守る意味などあるまい。
Saber takes a step forward, however.
いいな。もとより私に戦う意味などない。
He declares that the duel will begin if she proceeds any further. The tip of his long katana is pointed at Saber.
そう戦う意味などない。私には初めから何もないからな。英霊としての誇りも望むべき願いもない。いや、そもそも私が呼び出されたこと自体が間違いなのだ。何しろこの身は佐々木小次郎などではない。
Saber is extremely confused. Sasaki Kojiro, that should be the servant's true name, but Assassin has just admitted that he's an imposter.
そう驚くことでもあるまい。佐々木小次郎というものはな、もともと正体のない架空の剣士なのだ。実在したとされるが、記された記録はあまりに不鮮明。ある剣豪の敵役として都合が良い過去を捏造された。人々の記録だけで剣豪とされた人物だ。
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Sasaki Kojiro, but you are actually mistaken. As Ifyo has actually proved, Sasaki Kojiro does indeed exist in Fateverse. And he's a Saber class servant. A really badass Saber class servant. That FGO still hasn't given us after all these years because they suck. Now let's go ahead. نعم رسام.
確かに
انت لسه جاي دلوقتي، انت كنت فين كل ده؟
物干し竿と呼ばれる長刀を持つ武芸者がいたは
وبعدين
ずだ。
بتختار واحد حاجة.
ما اساسا طلع حي يا اسطى، لان المكان نفسه بيعتبر الماستر بتاعه مش كاستر، طريقه السامونينج اللي عاملاها، واداته انرجي تكفي 20 يوم. هما دلوقتي بالظبط عدوا ال 20 يوم، هو فضل ماسك نفسه عشان عايز يحارب سيبر بس. There was probably even a martial artist with a long sword named Monohoshizo. Who's Monohoshizo?
だがそれらは一個人のものではない。佐々木小次郎という剣士は引き立て役としてのみ作られた架空の武芸者であったはずだ。
架空の英霊。
そう、佐々木小次郎だ。佐々木、私に名などない。読み書きなど知らぬし、名前を持つほど余裕のある人間ではなかった。私はただ記録にある佐々木小次郎の秘剣を披露できるという一点で呼び出された亡霊だ。偽りのサーバントであるこの身は長くは持たぬ。故にキャスターも使い捨てとして扱った。そら意味など初めからないだ。たとえここで偉業を成したところで報酬は全て佐々木小次郎に与えられる。私には何も返ってこない。この身は自分すら定かではない。佐々木小次郎という役柄を演じるだけの名のない使い捨ての剣士に過ぎぬ。
The long sword sways. The swordsman created as a fictional character stands in Saber way, prepared to fulfill his role.
だがその私にも唯一意味があるとすれば、それは今だ。
To fight a Saber, right?
無名のまま死んでいった私にもし望みがあったとしたら、
Then surely the nameless swordsman would have dreamed of facing a superior swordsman, something he was never allowed to witness in life.
アサシン。
She takes up her sword. There is no persuading this foe. The only response to a swordsman ready to lay down his life to meet him is to meet him with steel.
では始めよう。なに、元より花と散る好み。その最後をそなたで迎えられるのであらば、これ以上の幕はあるまい。
His long sword sweeps through the air. Saber sword parries the moonlit blade. The katana suddenly changes direction. If she uses her strength against this man, she won't be strong enough to face Gilgamesh at the summit. But she also can't afford to hold back against Assassin. No. Can she win even if she goes all out against him? The katana attacks grow stronger and sharper with each swing. A fictional swordsman, a master of the sword with no noble phantasm who can fight on equal grounds with heroic spirits. She must settle this duel with him now. Interlude out. Now can we go actually unlimited blade work somebody's ass? The summit is close. We'll arrive at the back of the temple grounds once we climb this hill. There should be a large pond here, untouched by humans.
あともう少し。
Tosaka climbs the slope, pushing the branches aside. I watch her back, keeping an eye on our surrounding, and then, just as the slope levels out onto flat ground, we come face to face with it. It's a squirming hunk of flesh. The thing is enshrined in the center of the bond, seems to writhe and beg for help as it spews rotting black liquid around it. How big is that thing? The flesh hunk is slowly getting bigger. It looks like a floating island. The pond water looks muddy and sticky as if there's an oil spill.
嘘だろ。あれが聖杯だっていうのか。
Yep. I avert my gaze, feeling uncomfortable. We had been breathing in that thing's exhaust as we went through the forest. It endlessly spews out magical energy, polluting the bond. Its blood isn't colorless magical energy at all. That dark stuff is a visible curse. Even looking at the black mud gives me chills. The curse breaches my retinas. It hammers a single cold command into my brain. Stop it. The flesh hunk is about 30 meters away. The pond is shallow, so walking through the water shouldn't pose a problem, but pushing our way through the black mud would be suicide. It's a curse that erodes the mind just by looking at it. If we go into it, we'll be weakened and drowned before we even walk a meter.
あれ、破裂寸前よ。元からああいう形なのかどうかは知らないけど、器があんまりにも小さすぎたんでしょうね。中のものを抑えきれず、器を壊して溢れ出ようとしてる。
器を壊すって、それは。
神事が聖杯になってるなら、神事を壊すってことでしょうね。ほら、見える？あの山の奥、なんか人型らしきものがあるでしょ。
I follow Tosca's line of sight within the rotting and growing flesh hunk. I do see something that looks vaguely human. Is he getting crucified? Torn clothes and a naked body, ugly muscles ripped under the skin, connecting the body to the flesh hunk. It's like the shape is different. It's a bizarre image, like a bunch of grapes shaped into a human form.
顔は見えないけど、あの背格好は間違いない。
そう。で、生きてる？
I don't know. He isn't dead, but I don't know if I can call that alive.
息はある。体だってまだ。
I can't say that I see anything like human limbs.
やっぱりね。もともと今回の聖杯は人型だった。なら、人間っていう部品を利用して動かすってことでしょ。神事は合わないからああなったみたいだけど、基本的に聖杯は宿主に生きていてもらわないと作動しない。
けど、あれは破裂寸前なんだろう。核になっている神事を壊すって。
それは仕方なくよ。そうなったら聖杯も何もない。ただ聖杯によって開けられた穴からあの得体の知れないものが溢れてくるだけだから、逆に言えばまだ間に合うわ。聖杯は起動しているけど、願望機っていう本来の姿になってなければ壊れてもいない。 あの金ピカは穴だけを開けるって言ってたでしょ。あいつの目的は聖杯を起動させて器だけ壊すことなのよ。そうすれば
今みたいにあの得体の知れない泥が際限なく溢れ出てくる。
There's no time to consider it. We'll pull Shinji out of the flesh hunk and stop the Holy
ど
Grail.
うさかあの泥なんとかできるか。凍らせちまえば上を歩けそうだけど。
無理。ただの水ならいけるけど、あれはもう呪いに加工された魔力なのよ。形になった魔術を凍らせるなんて、そんなの氷結専門の術者で難しいわ。
そうか。ならあとは
We'll just have to pray for good luck. The only option is to cross the bond before the curse corrupts us and extract Shinji.
そのままで行く気？無理よ。あなたじゃいいとこ真ん中で飲み込まれるってば。
やってみなくちゃわからないだろう。もう時間がない。セイバーも今頃あいつと戦ってるはずだ。ここで躊躇している暇は。
I whirl around and move to protect Tosaka.
これは驚いた。
Finally, we meet your pathetic ass.
まさか三度もその不出来な顔を見るとはな。雑種。
Disfigured faces? Bet Shiro is the peak human masculinity given form. You might not like it, you might think it's stupid, and it is, but this is what peak male performance looks like. Also Ren is Bisker. Gilgamesh sneers at us. He appeared by the bond instead of a temple, as if he predicted our move.
ギルガメッシュ？嘘。なら誰と戦ってるのよ、セイバーは。
Tosaka's wars indicate that Saber is engaged with some other enemy at the moment. I don't know what that might be, who that might be, or how she ended up fighting them. There's no time to consider that right now. We're facing the worst person possible. This is the strongest servant whom we were supposed to take down as a trio. And now he's here looking at us without a saber.
何？セーバーは不在か。つまらん。それではただ殺すだけか。
Try it if you can, bitch. A terrible chill oozes from the sea of mud while bloodlust radiates from the man in front of us. Noble phantasms hang in the air. Noble phantasms hang ready and wait behind him. One wrong move and he'll skewer us.
いや、それでは芸がないな。本来なら有無を言わせぬが、今回は特別に許す。せっかくの客だ。そのせいにわずかばかりの猶予をやろう。
だと
My fingers tense up and I glare at the enemy. My magic circuits are open. I've lined up 14 blueprints, as many as I can imagine. If he snaps his fingers, I'll replicate as many swords as I can. That should at least let Tosaka get away.
なんだ、言われなくてはわからんのか。眉が帰るまでの数分、そこでかかしになるがいい。あれも見届ける者が俺だけでは寂しかろう。この行く末を最後まで見届けるというのなら、そのせいにも意味がある。
How can I listen to that? Our objective is to stop the Holy Grail. If there's still time, then we need to rescue Shinji from that flesh hunk.
そうかよ。悪いがこっちは。
あんたの言いなりになんてならない。今すぐあの日会に行ってあんたの聖杯を止めてやるわ。
Before I can finish, Tosaka takes the initiative and stares down Gilgamesh.
ほう。
His lips twist into a smile. That laugh sounds like when someone decides to kill the person in front of them.
待て、トサカ、それは。
シローはここであいつを止めて。無茶だって分かってるけど、セイバーが来るまでなんとか持ちこたえて。シンジは私が責任を持って引っ張り出してくるから。
引っ張り出してくるって、お前。
分かってるわよ。あんなんでもさくらの兄貴だし、見殺しにはできないもの。それに助けられるのなら助けるのがシローの心情でしょ。
Tosaka starts to run towards the dark lake. Is she going to go into the mud as is?
なんだその滑稽さは。俺を笑い死にさせるつもりか、貴様ら。
That guy. He laughs condescendingly at Tosuka's determination.
何がおかしい。
なんだ、お前はおかしくないのか、雑種。とんだ三流どもだ。あの呪いの中を進むだと。サーバントですら耐えられぬ呪いの渦を人間風情が踏破できるとでも思ったか。
私の底を甘く見ないで。この程度の呪いで染まるほど弱くないわ。それにね、私たちはあんたみたいに反霊体ってわけじゃない。ちゃんと生身のある人間なんだから、むざむざ飲み込まれてたまるもんか。
She's obviously bluffing, but Tosuka might actually be able to get across if she says so. Like she said, Ren Tosuka isn't so weak as to lose to a curse like that.
そうか。ならば好きにしろ。もっとも。俺はそんな真似は許さんがな。トレース。
A sword shoots forward. The sword flies towards Tosuka's defenseless back to skewer her.
Off!
Trace off, not on. Interesting. But it's instantly deflected by my kanshu when I step in. I breathe heavily. I made it. Although I had prepared myself, this was the first time I had been able to project so quickly. It must be thanks to Tosuka's magical energy. At this rate, we might be able to...
貴様。
Murderous rage fills his red eyes. My projection triggers him to get serious. The noble phantasm behind his back increases in number. Behind me, I hear Tosuka's concerned voice. I don't look back and I keep my eyes on the enemy with my kanshu at the ready.
トサカ、シンジを頼む。
That's all I say to her.
任せて。すぐに連れ帰ってくる。
I hear the sound of splashing water. Tosuka jumps into the sea of mud without hesitation. Then I'm going to protect her. I won't allow a single noble phantasm to reach Tosuka.
お前の相手は俺だ。トサカに手を出したかったら、まず俺を倒しやがれ。
I take a step forward. This must have ticked him off. The golden servant takes his eye away from Tosuka and focuses on me.
あの小娘はのたれ死。俺が手を下すのはあくまで慈悲だったのだが。
A swarm of noble phantasms point at me. He ignites his murderous intent like a sharp blade.
その前に貴様には思い知らせる必要があるようだ。薄汚い贋作者。その身をもって真偽の違いを知るがいい。
He deploys his own treasures without reserve. The long sword slashes the darkness. Assassin freely reels a nearly 2-meter long sword, and Saber is still unable to step within range. She can't avoid it and falls back. The distance between the two sides does not shrink. There's 1 meter between Saber and Assassin. But that distance is enough to prevent Saber from running up a few stone steps. She bites her lip. She doesn't have time for these skirmishes. Her opponent is typically someone she can best in strength. She could overpower him if she used the full might of her magical energy and her sword. Just one blow. If she can just withstand that one blow, she'll easily be able to hold him down. It can be an arm or a leg. If she doesn't show it, she sustained a few scratches, there won't be another attack. The moment she receives the blow, she's confident she can step into Assassin's range and cut her enemy in two. And yet, if that first blow manages to get her neck, there would be no way she can overpower him. That's the kind of blow that the servant in front of her can execute. There's no restraint, and there are always blows that are meant to take one's life. The only possible way to prevent that is to retreat. She is at a positional disadvantage since she can't turn the attack from the side, and the enemy's skills prevent her from moving forward. Thus, she can't step forward. She needs to reach the temple compound alive. As she stands there, Shira and Ren are going up against Gilgamesh. If she's late, one of them might die. Or worse, the two of them are already. She runs, she yells as if to dispel the ominous imagery that pops in her mind, and rushes up the stairs. Two trajectories collide. Seeing her rush up with abandon, Assassin swings his sword not at Saber's body, but at the sword swinging down towards him.
ほう、さすがはセイバーの剣。数回程度ならば耐えられると思ったが、一撃で曲がるとは。
Sparks fly. They try to push each other out of the way as the sword and katana clash.
受けた。アサシンが私の剣を。
Assassin's katana is fragile. While the katana may be able to cut iron in two, it's still made by humans. It cannot compete against her sword, which was forged and created by non-humans. Instead of saying non-humans, just say the fairies. The 6 original fairies. If struck from the front with force alone, the long katana will surely be shattered. Knowing that, Assassin made Saber retreat by burying the sword and going for her body instead. But Assassin blocked her attack. No matter how well trained and how tenacious Assassin is, his katana would not be able to fully defend against Saber's blow. The long sword that coats Saber's blow is now bent at its core. At this rate, she can no longer maintain his sharp advantage. Oh, he can no longer maintain his sharp advantage.
無傷でこの男に勝てるのか。
She asks herself as she pushes back Assassin's long katana. Her hesitation creates an opening. There is a reason Assassin blocked her sword. Before she realizes it, the reason she is standing in a particular position. She is standing at a different position. The two who were once standing at the top and the bottom of the stairs are now level with each other. Without realizing, Saber's body shifted to the side and she was forced to stand on a flat footing. This is a repeat of last time. They are standing level with each other, a suitable footing to wield the secret sword. Here, Assassin is able to execute his magical blade. Swallow reversal. The 3 arcing blades encircle the enemy, and the target has no chance of defending or evading. It ensures that the enemy is killed. A chill. She shudders from the chill running down her neck.
アサシン、貴様。
Saber's strength leaves her. She can push back right now. As she is superior in strength, she can knock down Assassin and finish him off as she runs up to him. Or she can just run up towards the temple gate. But the outcome was going to be the same either way. If she disengages, that thing is going to come. Even if she knocks him away, whether she rushes in for the final blow or exposes her back to run up the stairs, that magical blade will be released and it will be over for her. Which means she can't push forward. She can only let herself ease up and match Assassin's stare.
良いのか、力を弱めて。これならば私の方からお前を弾き飛ばせるが。
Assassin looks at the corner saber with satisfaction. There's nothing callous in his mannerism. The swordsman with the long katana simply admiring the determined look of his opponent, who is seeking to recover from a hopeless situation.
このために自らの武器を傷つけたのか、アサシン。
無論、拉致が開かぬのでな。勝負をつけに来た。これならば以前のお前に戻ろうと思ってな。果たし合いの最中に後のことなど考えるな。
She holds her breath. Assassin's war stiller that he sees right through her, yet it does not sound insulting. The compound is in flames. The sound of swords clashing and breaking. There is no doubt it's the sound of Gilgamesh and Shiro fighting.
どうやら縁も竹縄というところだな。こんなところで門前払いを受けている場合ではないぞ、セイバ
ー。アサシン。
Saber grips her sword tightly. She puts magical energy into her sword in an attempt to repel the obstacle in front of her, but she can't. This very moment is her end. If she breaks the distance between herself and Assassin, she would be walking into Assassin's scheme. She grits her teeth in frustration. She wields her sword that is infused with magic energy, but she's unable to do anything. There.
何を迷う。お互い やるべきことは一つだろ
The swordsman says it
ア
clearly.
サシン
う。もとより、我らは役割を果たすためだけに呼び出された。私がこの門を守るように、お前にも守るものがある。ならば、迷う隙などあるまい。それにな、セイバー。時間がないのは、お前に限った話ではない。
There's no pretense in his voice. This is the first and the last time the fictional swordsman speaks the truth of his heart. His wish is to have a fight to the death. That is the swordsman's wish, his reward for getting summoned to this age and guarding the gate this entire time.
失礼をした。確かにお互い時間はない。
She releases the magical energy in her sword. The unrestrained power that gets released blows Assassin back. He goes back about 2 meters. Saber does not move, even though she is within Assassin's best range. She neither runs to the temple gate nor toward Assassin. She unleashes her seal. Her sword is revealed and Saber confronts Assassin. There is no hesitation in her eyes. She will use her entire strength if need be. Her eyes declare that she will use all her strength to defeat the enemy in front of her. No words will be exchanged from now. The imaginary swordsman slowly readies his long katana.
いざ。
He readies his strongest or technique against the greatest enemy of his life. And you're back here. She walks through the sea of rotten flesh. The lake is not even a meter deep, but the sticky mass of flesh has accumulated at the bottom, so she only sinks in knee deep.
この気持ち悪いにも程があるってのよ。
She grumbles under her labored breath. Every step she takes gives her chills, like she's stepping on a mass number of bugs. El bugsyasto. The rotting flesh that clings to her skin is unmistakably rotting flesh, and if she stops, it will harden around her.
もうこんちくしょう。
She shakes them off with all her might and keeps going. Slush, squish, crush. There is no way someone can stay sane from wading through this content. After all this, slaughtering a cow should be a piece of cake. Tosca thinks defiantly. That's how she's getting used to this. She's under so much pressure that she has to think of this as work, or else she wouldn't even be able to move. But at least she won't sustain mental damage this way. But she can't endure this just with willpower alone. With each step forward, her body's heat rises. The rotting flesh immediately invades her nerves the moment it touches her leg. Even if she tries to push them away, the poison has already assaulted her body. They are curses. The malice is tangible and it's like a disease. One would fall ill if they touch it. It invades the nerves, robs the body of its strength, and boils the brain. Every step taken is a step closer to fatality. A normal person would stop moving after 2 steps and fall into the pool of flesh. It's unknown what would happen afterwards. She doesn't want to think about about it if one suffocates or assimilates to become a part of the flesh mound. She can't even think straight, given that she now has a fever over 40 degrees. Her feet and body threaten to fall over, but she pushes on, desperate to move forward. Ren didn't jump into the pool of flesh without a plan. She has swallowed her 2 remaining precious jewels, and she's using all the magical energy she saved up to create a defensive film over herself. If this curse really is the crystallization of pure magical energy, then she should be able to repel it by shrouding herself with a strong magical energy. Her vision blurs. Her assessment was correct, but it was way beyond the scope she imagined. The jewels she swallowed to butt up defense wall are no better than sheets of vapor covering her. No human can go up against this corruption. There is nobody who can avoid getting engulfed in here. Here, her own strength was her only support system to survive.
もうこれなら火の上に飛び込んだ方が涼しいのに。
And actually, if she did jump into a sea of fire, it wouldn't affect her since she is protected by her gems. Did you just... actually, me, bro? Nasu, please. The moment she starts complaining. She gets angry at herself for even mentioning it and regains her vigor. That's not true. Even if it's not true, she can't crack a joke like that while dealing with something like this. In her feverish state, she listens to the clash of swords behind her. She can't see the two anymore. Did she lead the battle away, or was she driven into a corner? Either way, the battle between those two seemed to have moved to the temple grounds.
あと少し一気に行くからそれまで
She runs. She's barely fast enough to walk, but she moves her feet anyway. She pushes through the decaying flesh. She breathes heavily as she reaches for the lumps of flesh. She moves up crawling. My god, you're ugly, bro. She feels the mounds of flesh.
なんかこっちのが楽みたい
She lets her body lean into the pulsing ground. This is much more disgusting, but the fever that invaded her nerves cools off rapidly.
ちょっとこれもしかして
She puts her finger on the red ground. It is the same as the black mud, but it has form. It is something that came out of the Holy Grail and took form using magical energy, as incarnation that should not exist in this
サー
world.
バントこれサーバントと同じなんだ
She murmurs in amazement. She tries to make sense of it, but stops. Now is not the time. There's only one thing she needs to do.
よし回復したさっさとシンジを見つけてこんなところとはおさらばよ
She gets up and runs up the mound of flesh. The mound of flesh is a floating island about 50 meters in diameter. She couldn't see it in entirety from the bank of the lake, but the surface is folded over multiple times like a mountain range.
いた
At the very depths, Shinjimaru is there, hidden among the flesh. I repel the incoming swords. There are more than 10 noble phantasms deployed, and all of them shoot straight towards me like arrows. I throw away the swords that turn into dust, and ready for the next attack. Bassam, Shira is ready for the next attack, but I am not, for I need to pee. هعمل فيديو اجيلك اصلا. Toilet break. سام عرفت اللحن؟
اللحن ما عرفت فيه المره بجوه
لحن ثاني من حق اف جي او.
انا مش قادر احدد اقول لك
هذا لحن قديم موجود من بارت 1. عدلوه بس تعديل خفيف جدا في اف جي او. ناقصوا ميلودي واحده ما هي موجوده هنا ويوصل لك اللحن حق اف جي او بالضبط. I throw that away the source. لا خلاص انا قريت الجمله دي كده. بتقول ايه؟
كوكولان
لا مش لحن كوكولان، لا ده لحن عادي من بتاع بيشتغل في كوكولان التر، بس هو مش بتاع كوكولان التر يعني، هو لحن بيجي كتير في الفايت. In a single gulp of air, my labored breathing goes back to normal. If my breathing is labored, I can't do projection. Without a weapon, my body will get skewered. This isn't a battle against that guy. It's a battle against myself. The moment my projection speed and accuracy go down, that's when I'll disappear.
はっそうだ休んでいる暇はないぞ
I respond to his voice, and a straight sword I've never seen before points towards me. It makes a loading sound and shoots towards me with lethal speed.
トレス
I'm unable to deflect the full impact and I fall to the ground on my back. I quickly roll to the side and stand up to regain my stance.
どうした質が落ちているぞわずか一撃で壊れるようでは複製とは言えんな
A scornful laugh. He's obviously enjoying this. If he releases all the noble phantasm behind his back at once, there is no way I could defend myself. But he's only shooting them off one by one, holding back to test my limits. But I'm lucky that's happening right now. Despite Tosuke backing me up, it's difficult for me to project after only seeing the opponent's weapon. I can only replicate its appearance. I can't construct its inner abilities, which is why they get destroyed after a single hit.
やろうこうなんてどうやって
That guy said I'm the only one who can beat him. But this is all I can do. I can only defend myself from his noble phantasm and I can't rush in to attack him. بسام ركزت فيه دحين في اللحظة هذه ولا عادك؟ هذا اللحن يشتغل لما تيجي لحظة كذا فيكتوريوس كذا لما يجوا السيرفنت اللي يجوا يبغوا يساعدونك بعد كذا الترامب كانت تبدأ تظهر النوبل فانتازم المفروض تغير مجريات الأمور تظهر في اف جي او هذا اللحن الفيكتوريوس اللي يظهر But I'm having trouble with just one, so how the heck am I supposed to project two at the same time?
どうした歯ごたえがあるのは口先だけかフェイカー
He must like seeing me roll around as he looks entertained. I catch my breath. Things are fine as long as enjoying this. As long as he's acting that way, there's still a chance for me to win.
トレス
I direct my mind to look inside me. There's only a few circuits. There I mentally line up all the blueprints I can imagine. I visualize 17 noble phantasms. I analyze the internal structure based on their outward appearance, and I draw out the concept of creation to choose its compositional material. I cough up blood. I'm paying the price for putting multiple blueprints inside a circuit that usually handles only one or two. Since I started using projection, my nerves have become damaged and my body has started to crumble from the inside. Blood pools in my stomach and my esophagus is working like a pump to expel the blood out from my body.
経験共感終了
I swallow those down and continue with my process. Kansho and Bakpia can't block his noble phantasm. If only I had Archer's swordsmanship, I could probably defend myself with the twin swords, but I don't have that kind of skill. There's only one way for my inferior swordsmanship to prevent those noble phantasms. I just have to offset using the same exact noble phantasm that he deploys. I still have enough magical energy. Tosuke's supply has been more than enough. But my circuits moving that energy are on the verge of corrosion. My end is near. The moment that guy gets serious, I'll have to project the same amount of noble phantasm he deploys or else I won't survive. But at the same time, my body will definitely be destroyed if I project that much.
工程完了戦闘へ待機
I save the images flowing in my mind. The sword that tried to go outside will actualize as I imagine them and pierce me from within. If my burned out circuits can't control it, the swords inside me will shoot out and I will literally be a pincushion.
ほう今度は多いな101517そうか目に見える我の宝具を全て複製したわけかなめるな魔術師の手の内など看破できなくて何が英霊かお前に働く魔術の数だ それこそ手に取るようにわかる。
His line catches me off guard. Is the king of heroes who possesses thousands of treasures trying to say that he can perceive our magecraft just by looking at us?
では採点だ。最もいかに成功であろうと一本たりとも世には残さんが。
I reacted too late. I was distracted by his words and it created a fatal delay on my part. 17 noble phantasms are shot out. A portion of the king's treasure rain out like avalanche, telling me that the king is done playing around.
敵視界と戦闘へ連続走者。
My body wavers, the swords shoot out from within me, collide with the one shooting towards me, and the impact shakes everything around. I can't block them all. Even though I project 17 noble phantasm, I can only give form to them one at a time. Even if they are consecutive, I can only deploy one at a time. On the other hand, my opponent is able to shoot them all at once. I've been no match from the get-go.
それもあと数日。そうだ。急いで真似れば八つ咲きだぞ。
I hear him taunt over the clashing sword. 12 more enemy noble phantasms.
こうよな。俺には勝ち得ないと考え、聖杯だけでも取り外す判断が正しい。お前では我には叶うべきもない。
My fingertips are burning. The magical energy I emit and the heat from colliding noble phantasm mercilessly burn my fingertips. 7 more noble phantasms left. But in that case, why not just...
あの男を殺してしまえばよかろう。聖杯を止めたいのであれば、神事を始末することこそが確実だ。魔術師であるお前たちならば、あの泥を越えずとも殺しようはあったろう。だというのに、まだ救おうというその偽善。まさに雑種の具現よな。
It's going to break. My circuits are going to burn out completely. It's not enough. I'm no match against this man with my measly circuits. Damn, why? Why can't I block them? That guy said I could win, but this isn't even a contest right now. Am I making some sort of a mistake? I mean, yeah, bro, you're supposed to use unlimited blade war. 3 noble phantasms are left. I don't know if my body can hold out until I block them all. No, what I need to be thinking about right now is what the difference is between my blades and archer blades. In that moment, all of my senses freeze up. I don't even look at the remaining 3 noble phantasms. I am focused on the golden servant bowling out a sword. A strange sword. My mind goes blank the moment I see what it looks like. What looks to be a stone pillar.
女を救うと言ったな、小僧。
His taunting voice echoes with the roar of the sword. I eliminate the 3 remaining blueprints in my circuit and rapidly try to read his sword. And yet... Until now I've been able to read every sword, but I can't read the construction of that sword.
ならば見せてみろ。その贋作で一体何が救えるのかを。
على شيرو؟
شكله مش هيشغله على شيرو، شكله يبغى يشغله على رين يا ابني. The wind creates a fault line. Slashing winds released from Gilgamesh's sword push away his own noble phantasm and hit towards me. Oh, Ali! My mind is still blank. I can't come up with any countermeasure, so I just release the remaining magical energy within me. Did we just end up with a bad end?
いざ。
ايش تقول محمود؟
انا بقوله واحنا جبنا bad end مع انهم قالوا مفيش bad end? Did end? What happened? The swordsman holds up his sword. An unknown imaginary stands for an unknown imaginary man. He readies his fatal technique and cuts his enemy by simultaneously executing blows from different angles. She's experienced that attack before. The previous one only attacked in a circular motion and at a vertical axis. That was why she was able to avoid it and managed to survive. But the true technique is said to have 3 trajectories. A circular and a vertical slash and a probably horizontal slash that cuts anyone who tries to escape sideways. If all 3 of those were to be released simultaneously, there is no escape. Once in range, the other 2 attacks will hit even if one is blocked. Escaping sideways is impossible, and the long katana will be able to make contact if the target tries to retreat back. Magical Sword Swallow Reversal, a divine technique that surpasses even the powers of servants. This is the ultimate technique an unknown swordsman put his entire existence into perfecting. The long katana wavers. He steps in to reduce the distance between the opponents, a distance close enough to cut down Saber. From a distance that does not allow any defense, a constricting trajectory is unleashed. Saber's not going to use her Sacred Sword. To begin with, she can't use her Noble Phantasm from the distance the 2 are at. No matter how fast Saber's Sacred Sword may be, Assassin Swallow Reversal is much faster. Her head will surely fly while she tries to put magical energy in her sword. Thus, the only thing she can rely on is her sword skills. The blade's arc begins to move in, even though this is her second time seeing it. Its precision and speed are astonishing. How much training did he do to be able to execute an attack like this? At that moment, Saber could only shudder. The attack cannot be blocked. The magical sword is a man's attempt at challenging the gods and the Bodha. Nobody but a god would be able to prevent or parry that attack. She holds her breath. In the back of her mind, there is a faint spark as small as a grain of sand. She doesn't think of what it is, or if it is the right thing to do, but she risks everything on that one instinctual inspiration. She charges towards the trajectory with all she has. What did the fictional swordsman think in seeing that? The silver armor slips through the gap between his arms, under the swordsman's left elbow between his waist and arm. She must have seen the slightest gap was that magical sword's blind spot. While her armor gets chipped away by the 3 blades that come flying, Saber curls herself and rushes towards that one point. Her prediction, her outstanding intuition allows her to execute that exquisite skill. She was able to foresee the complete form of the magical sword, which was yet to be seen, because she had experienced the incomplete swallow reversal once. However, that is not the surprising thing. What truly kept her alive was her determination. She trusted that momentary spark and put all her abilities into a momentary gap. She shook off the fear that she might get up into pieces if she even slightly delayed and ran through the gap that was impossible to pass, and thus her determination was what managed to defeat that magical blade. But the match is not over. Avoiding the swallow reversal puts her enemy right next to her, and her lunge outpaces the swordsman's draw. That position is not easy to recover from. The long katana flies. The recoiling blade is quick, even if it may not be as quick as the demonic blade, and yet her attack slightly outperforms and is faster than the swordsman. That's my King of Knights. He purses his lips. He closes his lips tightly and strains to keep himself from collapsing. The blood flows back from his gut and fills his mouth, but he swallows it, determined not to spit it out. The golden-haired knight stands below the swordsman. The swordsman's code does not allow him to do something like defile his opponents and her brilliance with the expulsions from his innards. Oh my god, he refuses to spit blood on her. Saber says nothing. Strands of her golden hair flutter on the stone stairs. It's a wonder her head is still attached. It's a miracle that her limbs were not sheared off. She felt her body would be cut in 4 the instant she went into that opening. There was only one factor that made a difference. The swordsman long katana. Had his blade not bent, his magical sword would have surely been invincible. My eyes. مش لازم الفلاش ده. There is rumbling, another battle is still going on behind the temple gate. Saber does not know what to say as she looks up at the dying swordsman to that. Based to the very end. يا اسطى كلها زيك. بيقول لها جوه بس. The swordsman says without looking at her. How much meaning is contained in that single word. Saber draws her sword and runs up the stairs with all her might. She does not turn back to the swordsman. She simply runs up to fulfill her role.
美しい小鳥だと思ったのだがな。その実、獅子の類であった。
Exactly, bro. She's not a bird. She's a lion. A very cool-ass lion. He mutters and the swordsman laughs, realizing it was inevitable. She avoided something that even a swallow could not avoid, and thus she was not an object to be admired and loved.
女を見る目には自信があったのだが、どちらも修行不足ということか。
The swordsman complains with a shrug. His form and his elegant howry were starting to fade. His pierced stomach and his blood-stained feet become faint, yet he is looked at this situation unconcerned and sat down on the stone pavement. The trees rustle, the wind coming down from the top of the mountain shake the forest. By the time the flowers scatter, the birds disappear, the wind stops, and even the moon in the sky fades. The swordsman who was just there disappears without a trace, as if his existence was just an illusion. In that instant, I deploy the strongest weapon out of all the items I've ever replicated. But it won't even work as a shield against what is represented before me. The Sword of Rapture. The mysterious sword cuts through the wind and annihilates 6 noble phantasma and severs my body. It is disappearing. My circuits gets disconnected and the magical energy from Tosca has nowhere to go but back. Damn. I curse at my inadequacy. I knew I was inexperienced, but I seriously curse at myself for never really thinking of the implication or how that would affect me. Why do I have so few magic circuits? If only I had a little more. If only I had a little more and reached beyond that darkness. I bet I could have fought like him. I fall to the ground. I can't soften the impact and I fly a dozen meters away, falling violently on my back. There's no pain from the impact. I've lost all sensation. Even my mind goes white and blank. Right before I head towards death. My last thought is how amazed I am that my lips are still attached.
そこまでか。やはり偽物は偽物だったな。お前では何も救えない。
うるさい、Kozo. Mr. Hero of Justice will save everybody. My heartbeat gets weaker. My lungs are not moving and my trachea is
これ
frozen.
ならば、アーチャーが残った方が楽しめた。奴も贋作者だったが、その理念は俗物ではなかったからな。
اداله برن عنيف. The fact that I can't see isn't because my eyes are damaged. Right now everything inside of me is messed up. My body ceased to function properly. Maybe I would consider that to be fortunate. I've forgotten all sensation of pain, so I should be able to die easily at this rate.
ああ、そういえば奴も言っていたな。お前の理念は借り物だと。自身から生み出したものが一つとしてない男が何かをなそうなどと、よくも思い上がれたものだ。
I can't let that happen. Even if the pain causes me to be brain dead, if I come to my senses, I tell myself I need to regain consciousness and stand up. My deeply rooted psyche is pointing to a certain place and telling me something.
正義の味方？誰も傷つかない世界だと？おかしなことを。誰も傷つかず幸福を保つ世界などない。人間とは犠牲がなくては生を謳歌できぬ獣の名だ。 平等という綺麗事は闇を直視できぬ弱者のざれ事に過ぎぬ。雑種。お前の理想とやらは醜さを覆い隠すだけの言い訳に過ぎん。
You say that because you're an ugly ass piece of shit, bro. The only ugliness here is you. Oh, and the Holy Grail behind you, which you're the cause of. I raise my arm even though it shouldn't be able to move. My body's on the ground and my consciousness is on the brink of death. I raise my arm to grab onto something like I did on that fateful day. I don't know what's funny, but someone is laughing. The high-pitched laughter that assaults my ears sounded like everyone in the entire world was laughing. A fake wish, a borrowed ideal. That dream won't come true, someone sneers. Yeah, they are right. These thoughts of mine are borrowed. I just admired the wish to help someone because it was beautiful. There's nothing that came from me. I was always driven by this curse-like obsession that my body needed to be for someone else. That's why it's fake. Such hypocrisy will save nothing in the end. First of all, I don't even know what needs to be saved. But I also still feel that it's beautiful. That concept did not come from me. I just saw someone save someone else and mimicked it. On that day I was empty inside. This is the billionth time you told us that you were empty inside. Everyone died indiscriminately, and I couldn't save anyone. I couldn't suppress my terror at the sight that was unraveling before me, and I had no choice but to resign myself to the fact that humans were weak. That's why I admired that ideal. I cried at the preciousness of it because I didn't have it myself. Is that wrong? Is it fake because it's not my own feelings? Is it wrong for that wish to come true even if it's fake? No, I don't think it's wrong. I don't care if it's fake. Even unattainable ideals just need to be fulfilled. It was a dream that couldn't be granted from the start, an unreachable utopia. Would you say it's an unreachable utopia like Avalon, bro? Then even if Shiremia is a fake, the thing that is there is undeniably real. I know I can't save everything. I know that there is no salvation without sacrifice. Now that I'm an adult, I understand that's reality. Despite knowing that such a thing was only an ideal, I continue to seek for it. It doesn't end when someone gets hurt. Even if the best outcome is for someone to get hurt in order to save many, I'm still going to seek a version of happiness where nobody gets hurt. There's no justice in this world. The reality is that people keep dying for nothing. But I don't think resigning to that idea is right. You're 100% right, Shiro. Even though your way of thinking is messed up, your actual ideal is a nice one. Even if it's an impossible ideal, then you should probably still reach out for it. Just don't kill yourself doing it. And in the end, he reached this place. What he believes. What he believed. He said they were all hypocrisy. But the one who said that followed through on his hypocrisy till the end. Knowing that, I can keep going. Even if I borrowed his ideals, even if I'm going to stay a fake, I don't care. I don't have such complicated feelings that I have to worry about too much in the first place. That's right. My Shiro is a based idiot. بسام البطل بتاعنا غبي بما فيه الكفاية انه مش هيقعد يفكر في الحاجات المعقدة بزيادة قوي دي. I thought to myself, on the Hell of Swords, if I could save just the world that I can see, I'll fight for it. وبصراحة دي الجملة دي جميلة، فاهم؟ If I could save just the world that I can see, I'll fight for it. لو على الجملة دي بس محدش يقدر يقوله انت غلطان، يبقى هلاك. I didn't even have to think about it. My world is small. This small world is all I have ever been able to create. That's right. This body of mine is made of solid swords. Yeah.
محمود
ايه
كمل
في انت رايح في حتة؟
يس روح اشتري لما لابوي واجي
نو احنا في الكلايماكس.
يلا من اول يبغى
طب اجري 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 وهستناك بس ما تطولش. اجري اجري حرفيا. We'll take a small break. Hydration break, I guess. Of her.
あの聖杯はお前が望んでいるものじゃないと思う。だからよく見極めておくんだ。次は決して間違えないように。
シロ、
ごめん、うまく言えない。俺はお前のマスターにはふさわしくなかったんだろう。だから
I couldn't even find out what she really wanted.
そんなことはない。シロは私のマスターだ。
セイバー、
サーバントとして責務を果たしてきます。伝えたいことはその後に。
She runs off without turning back. Her gallant appearance is like a gust of wind. Saber left. Without the slightest doubt, she believed in my words when I said I would beat my opponent and left to save Tosaka. Alright, let's go. From here on, there is no room for hesitation. أنا أعتقد أنا عارف الموسيقى. All I need to do is to defeat the enemy in front of me.
正気か貴様。ただ一つの勝機を逃し、あの小娘を助けさせるだと。たわけめ。自らを犠牲にする行為など全て偽りに過ぎぬ。それを未だ悟れぬとは筋金の入った偽善者だ。ああ、それだけは称えてやろう、小僧。
His noble phantasms deploy. There are less than 30 of them. If I want to block them, I'll just have to create them.
贋作、偽善者か。別にそういうのも悪くない。確かに俺はフェイカーだからな。
I raise one of my arms. I close one eye and turn to my mind to look within.
勘違いしてた。俺の剣聖っていうのは剣を作ることじゃないんだ。そもそも俺にはそんな器用な真似なんてできっこない。
That's right. Tosaka told me this. I can only use one kind of magecraft. Strengthening and projection are just byproducts of what I actually do.
そうだ。俺にできることはただ一つ。自分の心を形にすることだけだった。
I turn. I grab my outstretched arm with my left hand and glare at Gilgamesh.
体は剣でできている。
I say the spell. Go, my hero of justice. Ike Miyashiro! Casting is the only method of suggestion to change oneself. These words were naturally there to connect me.
そうか。よまいごとはそこまでだ。
Numerous noble phantasms get released. I create. That's why I had one eye open. I drag out a shield from the hell to block the oncoming noble phantasms. The swarm of swords strike wildly. The shield is Shiremiya myself. The 7-bell shield cracks and my body chips away with every fracture.
塩は鉄で心はガラス。
There's only one place I need to reach. The power that surges forth immediately fills me to capacity.
な。
What is he so surprised about? Is he shocked that his treasure can't even penetrate through my single shield, or is he surprised that by the rush of magical energy?
幾度の戦場を越えて腐敗。ただの一度の敗走もなく、ただの一度の勝利もなし。
It's going to break. The surging magical energy can't be suppressed. 10 units of magic energy filling a single magic circuit break the foundation to find release.
突破できんだと。
My blood flows backwards. The shield is full of holes. Even if his noble phantasm do not reach me, my body is full of holes already. And yet...
担い手はここに一人。剣の丘で鉄を打つ。
بسام التشانت المختلفة بتاعته withstood pain to create weapons waiting for one's arrival. عارف waiting for مين طبعا.
امدح دخل علينا دقيقة واحدة بس فاهم.
Magical energy rages out of control, but I don't care. My body is a circuit that solely exists to use a certain magecraft and that magecraft alone. So there should be something beyond that. There should be something beyond that if I can't make it with this circuit. No, even now it's there. It's just not visible.
No, aware.
There were no circuit limitations from the very beginning. If what was preventing it was not a wall but darkness, then the limit is somewhere beyond the darkness.
ならば、我が生涯に意味はいらず。
I have no regrets. This is the only path. Ten units of magic energy filling a single circuit. Break the foundation to find release, and I will use 100 circuits to take in 1,000 units of magical energy.
この体は無限の剣でできていた。
My whole life was unlimited blade works. I say its true name. In that instant, everything shatters and regenerates. Flames rush. If fire becomes a wall that creates a boundary and changes the world, a wasteland follows. A hell with countless swords in disarray reveals itself before me. How does this place look to that guy? The golden servant simply stands there with a seething look on his face and confronts his enemy.
そうだ。剣を作るんじゃない。俺は無限に剣を内包した世界を作る。それだけがエミやシロに許された魔術だった。
A desolate world. A graveyard where there is no living creatures, only swords. In this world where swords get replicated just by looking directly at them, every sword in existence is here. This is Shiremiya's world. A reality marble. The greatest forbidden magecraft that materializes the caster's mental world. This is the heroic spirit Emiya's noble phantasm, and the only weapon I possess. Everything is here and nothing is here. That's why it's called Unlimited Blade Works. As someone who lived his whole life as a sword, this is the only definite and tangible answer he was able to obtain.
こういう結果、それが貴様の能力か。
I take a step forward. Surrounding me are the swords that were floating behind him earlier.
驚くことはない。これは全て偽物だ。お前の言う取るに足らない存在だ。
I stretch out my arms. The swords stuck in the ground come out easily, as if accepting me as their wielder.
だがな、偽物が本物にかなわないなんて道理はない。お前が本物だと言うなら、ことごとくを凌駕して、その存在を叩き落とそう。
النار الجايبين.
Exactly. So just surpass it. I step forward. In front of me is the servant who possesses thousands of treasures.
行くぞ英雄王。武器の貯蔵は十分か。
はっ、思い上がったな。雑種。
The enemy opens his gate and deploys numerous noble phantasms. I charge through the wasteland. Here, the two different groups of swords begin their final clash. Oh, we're back here again.
あれは
The first thing Saber sees after taking a detour in the temple grounds and reaching the lake is a massive lump of meat. She's not like any other knight. She fought many kinds of monsters when she was called a hero. She has even fought Dragonkin, famed to be the strongest of the phantasmal species, and beat it with one hit. Rongomania is one hell of a drug. But even Saber can only falter at that lump of meat. It is not because of how unsightly it is. It is because she can tell the curse released from that shape, that lump of meat is the same as herself.
サーバント召喚を間違えればサーバントとはあそこまで変わるものなのか。
Or is it the power of the Holy Grail? She stares at that lump of meat, stunned, and shakes her head.
リンどこにいるのです。リン
حتى السي جي حق شيرو رهيب مره.
Yep.
مختلف.
She runs to the lake and yells to the lump of meat on the opposite shore.
شو
عجبني اداله واحدة جامدة. Here I come, King of Heroes. Do you have enough swords stored in check? قلبها عليه. انت اللي عندك سيوف تكفي يالا عشان انا السيوف عندي كتير. انت اللي عندك سيوف تكفي يالا عشان انا هعلمك الادب دلوقتي يالا. She is hesitant to enter the black mud inside the lake. It is not because it's unpleasant. Her instincts tell her that she cannot touch it as a servant who is half spirit. She hears a voice calling. It's faint, but she hears her master's commands. She looks closely and searches around the lump of meat. She steps forward without hesitation.
ダメセイバーは入ってこないで
Saber's body stops. She retreats and stares at the lump of meat while readying her swords.
ですが
いいからダメその泥に触れたらあなただってこうなるわよいいからセイバーはそこで宝具の準備をしてこの塊はもうすぐ弾けるわその前に宝具でぶった切っちゃって
Saber cannot nod to her master's tense voice. She can tell that lump of meat is about to hatch. The squirms turn into throbs and the quantity of mud spat out continues increasing. The lake turns black and the black mud is overflowing onto the ground. That thing is growing. The world's restraining power will be activated if that thing is left alone. It is natural for her to destroy it with her sacred sword before that happens. But to do that,
リン外に池にさえ出てしまえばあとは私が
よねオッケー任せたけどもし間に合わなかったら間に合う方を取ってセイバーとの契約は切れちゃうけどシローが無事ならなんとかなるでしょ
バカなことを構いません何に変わろうがこのような呪い蹴散らして
Saber runs into the black mud heading towards the lump of meat. But her body does not move. Her body stops just when she tries to go near the lake.
令嬢
当然でしょ聖杯を壊せる唯一の人材をむざむざ死なせるわけにはいかないものそれに心配無用だってばこの程度 簡単に振り切って逃げ出すから。セイバーはそこで大船に乗ったつもりで政権の準備をしてなさい。
The thoughts that she commands are full of composure as always. But needless to say, it's just a bluff. The lump of meat on the opposite of shore. Her master that is there has nowhere to run.
なんてね。まあ、言うはやすしってやつだけど。
انت وشيرو الاتنين مهزئين بتنقذوا الكائن الحسالة ده ليه؟ كان المفروض تقتلوه وتخلصوا.
كاليبر واحد وريحون.
She murmurs while being surrounded by strange arms made out of meat. This situation is hopeless. Shinji Maru was saved. She ripped off the blood vessels and nerves which had melted into his whole body and took him out of the lump of meat. One could say he's alive if one turns a blind eye to the after effects he may have. No, although he has fainted, one could say that he is better off than the girl carrying him.
問題はその後か。そりゃ心臓取られちゃ暴れるわよね。シンジを返せば見逃してくれるかな、これ。
She slowly goes outside while staring at the tentacles blocking her way. But there is no exit. The tentacles are already blocking the way out of the lake. Even if she were to escape the tentacles that are trying to wrap around her and swallow her whole, she wouldn't be able to break through the part that has become a wall.
まず力が。
She almost falls along with Shinji Maru and holds out with all her might. Going past the cursed sea and crossing the floating island of meat, she even performed neurosurgery to separate Shinji and Maru from the lump of meat. At this point, the girl's magical energy had even broken into a reverse tank that she had not used for a long time. Ah, reserve tank.
もうあのバカ。遠慮なしで人の魔力持ってくんだから。おかげでこっちはもうすっからかんじゃない。
She bears the dizziness as she complains. Of course she didn't mean it, she was just saying that. Besides, things wouldn't change even if she had magical energy left. The tentacles surrounding the girl have stopped because their prey is docile. Well, is it docile or docile? Once they figure out that the thing that has invaded their body is poisonous, they'll take immediate action. Ren, Tosuka, and Shinji Maru are alive because she does not have enough magical energy left for them to prey on.
けどここまでかな。いい加減立ってるのも辛く。
محمود فين تكت؟
Her vision grows hazy. Although she is able to get a foothold, that does not change how she's still on mud. Heat is encroaching on her nerves by the second. If she falls into the platform of meat, she herself will become the core of the Holy Grail this time. Oh no. That's a nightmare. Before
ご
that,
めんねセイバー。言うこと聞かないだろうから無理やり聞かせる。
there's one command spell left. That is enough to make Saber standing by on the opposite shore use as her sacred sword.
あとあんたにも謝っとかないと。シンジ助けられ。
يا ستي قصم شنجي.
いいから走れ。そのような泣き言、聞く耳持たん。
Wait. For real? Her body that's about to collapse stops. That voice. Are the thoughts coming to her mind instead of her ears? Those of the servant that she had made a contract with. She has no time to be bewildered. She knows his personality well. He told her to run, so he must have done something that she wouldn't be able to escape from if she didn't run. She runs through. The arrows that rain from the sky are like a downpour. She smashes everything that gets in her way, whether it's a net, platform, or tentacle or meat. She has no time to look back. She runs through with all her might while carrying Shinji Maru. I'll change it to trash. She jumps into the lake. The arrows have swept the way for her to escape route. In just a short time, the black mud is repelled and only dirty water leads to the shore.
اوه. اشرف كلام.
She runs across the lake while carrying the trash. She runs to the shore, soaking wet with latent energy that shocks even her. Her magical energy replies to the screaming voice. There's no need to check. The golden sword is raised with overwhelming firepower, mows down everything in its sight. The mountain of meat is cut in half and collapses. The black mud evaporates and the band of light changes the lake itself into a flat wasteland. It's a rapid stream of light that eliminates everything. In the midst of that, the swordsman accepted the end of her battle.
これで終わり。私の戦いはここまでです。
Who was that addressed to? The wielder of the sacred sword goes on her knees and gazes at the light with a flood of emotions. The crumbling Holy Grail, the thing that she sought, the thing that was supposed to save her. She destroyed it with her own hands, and a king of knights finally realized her mistake. One boy and one hero. That man who had become twisted at the end of his ideal that he held for a long time was still a boy. His regrets are so heavy that they cannot be carried, and his sins are so deep that they cannot be atoned for. But there was something that he did not give up on. At the very end, the knight in red has reached an answer that no one can affect. Then, she has to move forward as well. In her last moment, wounded, she took her hands off her sword. She will run past the hell with her own will. The sacred sword fades. There is still magical energy left. She can stay in this world if she pushes herself. If possible, she wanted to watch over what awaits them until the end.
ですが、それは私の役割ではない。シローにはリンがついていますから。
The knight's body continues to fade until it vanishes, engulfed by the light. Like a graceful gust of wind, the king who sowed the Holy Grail sets off for the Hill of Destiny without leaving a single memory behind. Mata sayonara. Say that. I matched the repeated attacks from the long sword with the long sword. The sword offset each other, and fragments are sent flying into the atmosphere. The handle of a curved sword appears behind him. But I'm faster. I pull out the curved sword at his feet and swing it straight at him. Gilgamesh retreats. I close the distance at once, pull out a sword and slash at him. I match my sword to the rapid succession of noble phantasms. None of them? I'm not thinking. My body and mind will stop if I stop. I will keep moving forward now. The instant I see his noble phantasm, I reel in the same one that I have at hand, and strike him down with all my might. The sounds of clashing swords echo through the area. He cannot handle my attacks and has to destroy my weapon with his. That will be the cause of his defeat. Having over 1,000 noble phantasms, he is the greatest heroic spirit without a doubt. But he is no more than an owner. He is not a wielder who only has one noble phantasm, but is able to use that to its fullest potential. And if my opponent was another servant, I would not be able to match them, even if I made a world like this. Even if I have infinite swords, I can't beat an enemy who has a single ultimate noble phantasm. I'm sure Gilgamesh would be able to, but I don't have enough physical ability to. Therefore, the only servant that I can close in on is this man. If we have the same ability and are both owners, I'll go a step ahead of him, since I already have swords prepared.
おのれおのれおのれおのれおのれおのれおのれおのれ貴様風情によもや俺の剣を使うことになろうとは
ايوه مش محشور في الزاويه.
Gilgamesh raises his arm. The hilt that appears behind him is that demonic sword, the only sword that does not exist in this world.
させるか
I swing my twin swords. I immediately draw Kansho and Bakuya and cut off his arm as it reaches for his magical sword. The weapons come to a halt. He loses his best sword and is left completely defenseless. My body acts before I can think. With victory assured, my arms and legs drive me into the King of Heroes space even more sharply to slice his body in two. He jumps back. Gilgamesh retreats, barely dodging my twin sword.
今お前が強い
Gilgamesh admits his defeat and tries to retreat.
安かったんだ
I'll lose if he regains his composure. I have to settle the match at this moment before this heat cools down.
この野郎
He must have realized that he would not be able to escape as he pulls out a noble phantasm from behind him with his remaining arm. But I'm faster. Meanwhile, I'll surely...
مرة ثانية.
何
Our voices overlap. The change is instant. The flash of light coming from the lake eliminates the Hell of Swords.
وقطع ايده.
Yep. The massive magical energy wiped away the already disappearing reality marble. That's fine. The match is settled. I can defeat this servant just by swinging these twin swords. But after that... A black hole. A round void big enough to swallow a human whole. Appears before me on Gilgamesh's body. Gilgamesh looks down at his own body, appalled. His body is being swallowed. The golden servant's being swallowed up by the hole that has opened inside of him. Did he want to say wait? The void mercilessly swallows the servant. There was no way for him to escape. The void was opened in his own body after all. There is no way he can escape from something that is in his body.
今のは一体
I stand there dumbfounded. The void in front of me gets smaller by the moment. I don't know what this is, but it seems like Tosuka and Saber were able to destroy the Holy Grail. My only guess is that this blank void appeared from that effect and he vanished.
ともかくこれで
Everything is over. The twin swords disappear. The magical energy occupying my body rapidly fades in at the same time.
やば
Fatigue assails me.
くそまずいなこれじゃ歩けない
I want to go see how Tosuka's doing right away, but my body won't move. Well, I'm sure she's doing fine since Saber went to her.
そうだなこっちも少しは
I can rest a bit. And the moment I take a deep breath, a chain wraps around my arm. My breath stops. The chain that mercilessly wrapped around my arm pulls me towards the black hole. I bought strength in my limbs, but I can't resist at all. My feet slide towards the void along with the very ground they are planted on.
あの出来損ないね同じサーバントでは核にならんとさえわからぬかお前
The thing crawling from the void was definitely him, But that body has melted here and there. That void must melt anything it swallows. نعم رسام؟
الكار اللي بيلعب بالجيمش.
أنرا مايو. أو زي ما بنحب نقوله Angry Mango. I tried to pull the chain off of me, but it doesn't budge. This chain restraint, even Berserker, it's not something that I can take off no matter how hard I try. I'm getting drawn in. I'll be swallowed like him if I go near that void.
道連れにするつもりか。たわけ、死ぬつもりなど毛頭ないわ。踏みとどまれゲロウ。俺がその場に戻るまでな。こいつ。
He's so arrogant even in a situation like this.
بالجيمش عادوا حي.
But what should I do? I can't get the chain off no matter what I do. I'll fall into the void along with him like this. Even if I hold out, he'll pull himself out then. It means I'm going to die either way. If it means I'm going to die either way, I'll take you with me. Bullshit, I'm not going that way. Can I save, please? Yep, I need to save. This decision is very important. We are at the very end of Blade Works. Bullshit, I'm not going that easy. I feel dizzy, my body cannot hold out any longer. I'm going to die. I can't endure it in the very end. Then if I can't endure it anyway, should I loosen up? If I do so, I should at least be able to push him back into that void. No. I re-energize my weakening limbs. Will my arm tear off first? Will his chain rip off first? Or will he crawl out first? It doesn't matter, I'll fight until the very end and die a flashy death.
お前の勝手だが、その前に右に置けろ。
Cool to the very end, you little bitch. I turn around immediately. I look to the temple grounds in the distance, which has become a wasteland. Something flies by as if brushing past me.
اختيارات صعبة. مش اخترت يا محمود؟
Bullshit. I'm not good. I'm not going down that easily. Truly cool to the end. That chain comes off. In the end, looking like he saw something unexpected, he lets go of the chain of the heavens. I fall on my butt. The void shrinks to the size of my palm and vanishes as I look dumbfounded. Unable to even stand, I look at the wasteland behind me. Dawn is near. There is the one with the rising sun behind him is a knight wearing a red cloak. Indeed, he's cool to the very end. That little bitch.
ارشر عاد حي ولا انا مش فاهم.
كمل هتفهم. I subconsciously complain, but I can't help but smile happily.
اعطاه طلق في راسه.
I have nothing I want to say, so I'll keep quiet so that I can sleep.
اعطاه هيد شوت.
اداله headshot في راسه. The golden ground that became a wasteland. Seeing the knight stand there and Tosaka running to him, I lie down on the ground. Tosaka should say everything I want to say to him on my behalf. So I'll sleep for now. I'm sure we'll end up fighting if we see each other again, and I'm not used to saying farewell to myself. And for the final time, I engrave my ideal into my mind, so that I won't ever forget, and slowly close my eyes. The ground that he stands on is similar to the wasteland that I saw before. There's nothing around. There's nothing extra on this summit where everything was blown away. The battle has ended. The battle for the Holy Grail has ended, and the curtain is about to fall on his battle as well. He does not know how long it was, but the accumulated wish that should have bound him forever is gone now. Then it quickly permeates into him and melts this era's version of his body. He looks towards the voice calling him. That girl must not have the spare energy to run, but she runs to him, breathing unsteadily. He quietly watches her. The girl that ran up to him looks up at the knight, still breathing unsteadily. The red cloak flowing in the wind shows no trace of what it used to be. It is torn everywhere, and his armor is cracked and broken. His existence is weak. The knight that stands still with haughtiness, just like the time they first met, starts to disappear from his feet up. Dawn approaches in the distance. The golden sun rises faintly from the horizon.
残念だったな。そういうわけだ。今回の聖杯は諦めろ、リン。
Does he not have anything special to say? The Red Knight says a trivial thing like that. That gets the girl all the more. With that body that was about to disappear, the knight was the same knight as before. An ally that she trusted and ran through the night with, who had her back while making sarcastic remarks. She can declare that those memories were fun looking back at them. And they are still in front of her, unchanged. He remained to save her at the last moment. He lost his master and withstood the noble phantasm of the King of Heroes. His body was disappearing, but he didn't ask for help and watched over her, and watched over their battle. That end is in front of her. The girl can't think of what she would say. It's always like that for her, at the most crucial times. She loses her quick-wittedness when she needs it most. The knight smiles slightly. He knew that from the start. The girl's clumsiness is a memory more fond than anything to the Red Knight.
何よ、こんな時だってのに笑うことないじゃない。
She looks up at the knight annoyed.
いや、失礼。君の姿があんまりにもあれなものでね。お互い、よくもここまでボロボロになったと呆れたのだ。
He still has a smile even as he banters. She gets a lump in her throat after seeing his face free of regrets. She wonders if it's okay. The moment she wonders if it's okay for him to disappear like this.
もう一度私と契約して。
She says those words that she shouldn't say.
それはできない。リンがセイバーと契約を続けるのかは知らないが、私にその権利はないだろう。それに、もう目的がない。私の戦いはここで終わりだ。
His answer has no doubt and his will is pure. His face is as bright as the sunrise, and how can she force him when he's making a face like that?
けどそれじゃあんたはいつまで経っても
Be saved. The girl swallows her words and looks down. That is not something the girl should say, and it wouldn't be granted even if she kept the knight in this world.
参ったな。この世に未練はないが。
It's troubling to have this girl cry. For him, the girl always has to be positive, realistic, and indulgent. He was always encouraged by her. That's why he wanted this girl to be her usual self, until the very end. The girl looks up at the sound of his voice. Her face trying to hold back her tears is adorable. It indeed is. Rather than expressing the slight attachment that he feels, he looks at the collapsed boy in the distance.
私を頼む。知っての通り、頼りないやつだからな。君が支えてやってくれ。
The knight says objectively, "Those are words of farewell. The future might change. If a girl like her stays by Shiremia's side, then the hero named Emiya will not be born. His distant wars contain such hope." But even if that were to happen, even then the knight in red that already exists will forever be a guardian. He and the boy are different existences. They only have the same starting point, and he was an illusion that the boy dreamt of. There's no salvation available for this knight anymore. There's nothing to give to him, as he has already died and became a phenomenon. The girl nods in spite of that. Because she cannot give him anything, she gives him the biggest smile in the end. He asks her to take care of him, in order to answer that trust that he bought in her.
分かってる。私頑張るから。あんたみたいにひねくれたやつにならないよう頑張るから。きっとあいつが自分を好きになれるように頑張るから。だからあんたも。
Forgive yourself. She doesn't put it into words. The girl looks up at the disappearing knight with a flood of emotions. How much salvation did that bring? After engraving the girl's smile into his memory with pride.
答えは得た。大丈夫だよ、遠坂。俺もこれから頑張っていくから。
اللقطة دي بتوجعني كل مرة. انت فين يا بسام؟
قال لها اهتمي بنفسك اهتمي فيها.
هتشوفها دلوقتي وهتعرف اقول لك ليه. That damn face, man. A breeze. The knight finally rests his wounded body without waiting for the girl's reply.
なんだ。結局文句言い損ねちゃったじゃない。
She wipes her tears as they well up and says to the man who is no longer there. That voice is invigorated and she regains her usual stout-heartedness. It's only natural. She doesn't have the time to be down after he made a face like that. She says farewell to the wasteland where the knight stood, and the girl runs down to the collapsed boy. In the golden sunlight, his smile as he disappeared was just like the boy's from the past.
والابتسامة حقته تشبه شيرو بقوة ذي.
ما هي نفس الابتسامة هذه بالعاني.
يس.
أنا هذه اللقطة مذكرها من الأنمي. Epilogue. Let's go. Sometimes I recall that sword fight. The sparks of clashing swords, the hustling, intense spirit, the many attacks were an experience, not something that one could call a sword dance. We were both clumsy and didn't know of retreat. The ridiculous sounds of swords were annoying, and I have no memory of them. At that time, I lost an answer and found an answer at the same time. A plus and a minus make zero. Nothing has changed after all. He's him and I'm me. I'm just dreaming of his fading memories. It's only been a month, but it already feels so nostalgic. It feels like it happened so long ago. The memory of it is fading day by day, and I can't even remember what that person I was fighting looked like. That also can't be helped. That was something that was impossible from the start. It's not like either of us believed that the fight would change anything. We just tried to attack our own shadow to ascertain ourselves. That's why there was nothing we would gain from winning. Something like that has been stuck from the start and won't go away. It's the end if you lose and there is no prize if you win. Man, it really didn't pay off, but I can still recall it if I close my eyes. The echoing sounds of unrefined metals, a distant and blinding sword fight that did not know of retreat. It was our beliefs that clashed with each other. I opposed my own ideal to carry out my hope. The outcome is still undecided. I don't know which one won or which one remained. It should be a while until the answer comes out. An illusion like a mirage that disappears if one turns around. Just using the reverberation as a guide, my feet will eventually reach this place.
こら、起きんかったわけ。皆集会に向かったぞ。 学校に来ていながらボイコットするつもりか貴様。
My body is being shaken. The voice brings my sleeping mind back to reality.
あれ、なんで一星がいるんだ。
I lift my face up from my desk and stare at my classmate's face.
なぜなどない。ここは教室で。今日は2年最後の日で。時刻は終業式10分前だ。姿が見えぬからもしやと探しに来れば、本当に居眠りしていると呆れたぞ。
I don't know if he's panicking or if he's mad, but it's rare for Essie to be yelling. It's only Essie and me in the classroom. It is 9:50. The end of the term assembly is from 10 a.m., so everyone must have gone to the gymnasium.
もし
Just say the gym.
きちんと目が覚めているか、エミヤ。
ああ、今ので完全に目が覚めた。サンキュー一星。起こしに来てくれて助かった。
うん？分かればよろしい。だが礼は後だ。急がねば間に合わん。お前と俺が欠席とあっては、藤村先生がどんな暴れっぷりを示すか見当もつかんからな。
了解。明日から休みだっていうのに無茶な課題出されたらクラスのみんなに顔向けできない。
頼むぞ。これ以上宿題が増えれば皆に顔向けができないどころか間違いなく呪われる。
That's a scary way to put it, but it's frightening how it's the truth. Last summer, the amount of extra homework we got after we made Fujini mad was insane. It wasn't even English homework. I don't know what she was thinking when she told us to enter some competition anywhere in the country and win a medal.
エミヤ、急げと言っておろうが。
悪い、すぐ行く。
We should head to the gym for now. It takes 3 minutes if we run from here to the gym. We should be able to get there in 5 minutes before Ifnori's teacher finds us.
いや、それはダメだ。廊下を走るのはいかん。
As expected with the student council president, he's really committed as he's still following the rules even in this
立
situation.
派だ、一星。けど、歩いてたら間に合わないぞ。
走らぬ程度に急ごう。何 ?1 分前だろうが何だろうが、間に合いさえすれば言い訳は立つ。
I know and walk faster. انتوا اغبياء الاتنين ما تجري وخلاص يا عم. Just run bro.
ضحكني يا محمود.
Mm.
هذه اول ما شافت ارشا على طول سابت شينجي وراحت لارشر واول ما خلص الفايت هذا مع قلقمش قالوا رين وشو اسمه وسيبر اظنهم بخير تمام ولا حاجه بسيط.
ماله داعي ماله داعي. انا مجهور منهم انهم انقذوه اصلا يعني. كان اسهل لهم بكثير انهم يقتلوه. It's mid-March, but the sky that I see out the window is amazingly blue. يا اسطى حاجه فشيخه جدا في ارشر بصراحه. حقق الوعد اللي وعدها بيه من بدري. وعدها بيه قبل ما يروح المفروض انه كوت ان كوت يخونها يعني. اللي هو قال لها اوعدك I promise you I will win by any means necessary and whatever it takes. I'll make sure you survive till the end of the Holy Grail War. فعلا هو حقق الوعد ده بس اتخذ كل الطرق الملتوية اللي في التاريخ عشان يوصل له. تويستد فعلا. مهزأ.
ساعد وكذا حتى ما يصير تويستد لايك يو.
يعني he literally betrayed her just to get her to stay alive يعني. بس في الاخر لما خلاص كانت محتاجاه مع انه المفروض ما فيش مانع مش عارف طلع البانه منين يا اخينا ده طلع كميه سيوف بنت وسخه علشان يقطع لها الطريق اصلا. Fuku City has long winters but seems like spring is finally around the corner. Would you say it's a spring song? The days went by quickly. It's been a month since the Holy Grail War and the town is back to the normal Fuku City. The Holy Grail was destroyed and most of the damage caused by the Masters was taken care of by the church. The person that came to substitute Kirikutomni was an old but energetic and everything was settled efficiently. But the traces of the war are still left here and there. Kuzuki, who chose to fight as a master, is considered missing. Issei was sad that Kuzuki, whom he respected as an older brother, was gone, but
元からひょろりと寺に現れたゆえ去る時もこんなものだろう。
he just laughed it off. But what surprised me was Fujine, since it turns out that they often drank tea together.
ما يحسبوا مات ولا كيف؟
محسب انه مشي بس اختفى. She confessed that she wanted to have a match with him at least once. So it seems like she saw through the fact that Kuzuki was a master of martial arts. Shinji's life was saved by Tosuka and he's currently in the hospital. I don't give a shit. You should have let him die. Apparently the hospital is a part of the Meiji Association and his body is recovering. Sakura is busy visiting Shinji, so she's been showing up only on the weekends this past month. I went to go snoop on them once, but they were getting along so well that I thought I was seeing things. I don't know if whatever was possessing him and went away from that incident, or if he's just unenergetic from the wounds. Either way, the Shinji that I saw being taken care of by Sakura was a sarcastic but sincere, and he's acting more like the Shinji that I first met. Saber is not here anymore. After she destroyed the Holy Grail, she left this world as a servant. The moment she destroyed the Holy Grail War with her own hands, she must have been released from whatever was binding her. It's frustrating that I didn't get to say goodbye, but I should be glad that she's released from her fixation on the Holy Grail. If I'm able to see her again, I want to thank her as much as I can. And finally, the most important person.
遠坂
We get down to the first floor and on our way to the corridor towards the gem.
あら生徒会長、こんな時に校舎の見回り？それとも各部室の手入れかしら？毎度のことで言い飽きたけど、そういうところ本当にマメなのね。
We run into the one representing the students at the assembly instead of the student council president as she comes out of the teacher's office.
こちらもその言い回しには飽き飽きだ。たまには違う憶測を立ててみろ。それとも貴様、よもやわざと繰り返しているのではあるまいな。
Issei glares at Tosuka.
そんなの当たり前じゃない。何？今まで気づいてなかったの？リュウド君。そうなんだ。もう少しユーモアのある人だと思ったけど、本当に堅物だったのね。ごめんなさい。今まで親愛の情を込めて同じ挨拶をしていたけど、あなたには分かりづらかったんですね。
何が親愛だ。お前に向けられる親愛など覚えがない。行くぞエミヤ。ネギツネに構っていては式に遅れる。
Issei sure doesn't get along with Tosuka. Well, I feel the same way, so I'm in no position to feel any sympathy. And our eyes meet as I pass by Tosuka. We decided that we would act normally when there are others around. I naturally ignore Tosuka and follow Issei. However,
おはようエミヤ君。今朝も元気そうで嬉しいわ。
I don't know what she didn't like, but she embraces my arm and puts on a big smile. My mind goes blank. We had been seeing each other every day, but this is the first time we've touched each other like this in a month. I desperately try not to blush and resist Tosuka's touch.
冗談よ。けど嬉しいのは本当よ、エミヤ君。そうだ、式が終わって生徒会の手伝いが済んだら一緒に帰りましょう。私、あなたが来るまでずっと教室で待ってるから。
Tosuka puts an emphasis on keep waiting.
何を口にするか貴様。とっととその腕を離さんか。
何って竜道君には関係ないでしょ。それじゃあ失礼。生徒会長に代わって挨拶をしなくちゃいけないから私も忙しいの。
Tosuka leaves with the noisy footsteps of a victor.
どういうことだエミヤ。貴様、あのメギツネとどういう関係だ。
いや、どういう関係って言われても大体遠坂と知り合いになったってのはかなり前に言ったと思うが。
そんなものは1ヶ月も前の話だろう。悪いことは言わんから手を切れと忠告したはずだ。そうか、弱みだな。あいつに弱みを握られたのか、エミヤ。
ああ、まあ弱みといえば弱みは握られてる。
やはりそうか。くそ、己遠坂、もはや捨ておけん。さあ相談しろエミヤ。今すぐ白状しろエミヤ。二人で手を合わせて今日こそあのメギツネに仏罰を下してや
يا
る
ابن
のだ。
الحلال خلي بدها برا الموضوع بس كبه في حاله بدا. Issy shakes my
いい
shoulders.
っす、時間、終業式始まるぞ。
みじんも構わん。どうせ初めは気圧のざれ言。少々遅れた方が精神衛生上よかろう。
The student council president is still shaking my shoulders. Issy is usually calm, but he's a different person when it involves Ren. Ren must be his natural enemy, but
いいっす。
يجي
士気が上がっているところすまないが、
خليه
俺じゃ遠坂をどうにもできない。やっつけに行ったら逆にやっつけられる。その悪いことは
هذا
言わないから
في ال-
あいつには近づかない方がいい。
المثلث الياباني يعتبر سربودا باتان زيه.
مين؟
سون ووكونغ في المثلث الياباني
ماله؟
يعتبر كمان سربودها يعني او انه يعني
طبعاً.
ذات البودها.
اليابانيين مهتمين بالبودهة أكثر من الصينيين أصلا.
آه.
エミヤにしては後ろ向きな発言。まさかそれほどの弱みを握られているというのか。
残念ながらそんなわけなんで、遠坂大治は一世一人に任せる。辛い戦いだとは思うが俺の分まで頑張ってくれ。
そうか、わかった。安心しろエミヤ。より良い学園生活のためだ。何としても遠坂の化けの皮を剥いで失脚させる。
يقول لك unfortunately.
メギツネめ、運動系の部活動を束ねて何やら企んでいるようだが、あと1年もすれば生徒会も盤石だ。本当の勝負はそれからよ。
Student council president laughs fearlessly. Oh, but Issy, we'll all be graduating in a year. The end of the term assembly ends and the school starts to calmly lose its liveliness. Spring break has started. Most of the students have left with a smile and the athletic clubs are already starting their training camps today. There aren't many students left in the building. All the classrooms are empty and all that is left in the hallway is the redness from sunset.
やっと終わったわね。一世のやつ最後までシローに手伝わせるんだもの。あれ絶対嫌がらせよ。
An empty classroom. Tosca smiles and says so as soon as she sees me in class 2A, tinted by the
バ
sunset.
カ、遠坂がおかしなことするからだろ。そっちが余計なこと言わなきゃもっと早く解放されてたんだ。
I enter the classroom complaining. I wonder why I feel so restless in other classrooms even though they all look the same.
何よ、私のせいだっていうの？シローは。
半分は間違いなくな。いいか、いきなり仲良くなると変に思われるから3年まで知らないふりしようって言ったの遠坂だろ。なのになんであんなことしたんだよ。
今日で2年も終わるんだからちょっとぐらいフライングしてもいいじゃない。だいたいね、無視するにしたって他に方法があるでしょ。昼休みにすれ違うのならいざ知らず、私たちしかいなかったんだから目配せの一つぐらいするのが筋ってものよ。
I don't know what she's upset about, but Tosca complains while looking the other way. Is it because the classroom during the sunset? That gesture that I'm used to seeing looks so fresh and cute that it makes me admire her.
ったく。ほら、もらい物だけど飲むか。
I offer her the orange juice bag that is distributed to the students who helped clean up.
もらうもらう。やった。シロってこういうところは気が利くのよね。
She accepts the juice pack and takes a sip out of the straw. She's sitting by the window. Tosca is looking down at the campus as if looking at something bright. I follow her example and look down at the compass while sipping. It must be the track team running. Our athletics department is really lively even though it's spring break starting tomorrow.
ねえエミヤくん、昔陸上部にいなかった？
Then, Tosuka suddenly asked me something strange.
陸上部？いや、俺は昔から弓道部だけど。
そっか。まあそういうこともあるわよね。夕焼け見てたら思い出しちゃった。
Telling me to forget about it, Tosuka sips on her orange juice. افتكرت الهاي jump. I'll forget if she tells me to. When she calls Amy instead of Shiro, half the time she's making a sarcastic remark, and the other half is when she's saying something important. I'm sure this one was the latter. After a month of her grueling Magecraft course, I'm starting to finally notice Tosuka's habits.
にしてもあっという間だったな。聖杯戦争が終わってシロが私に弟子入りしてもう1ヶ月か。なんかこの分じゃ1年なんてすぐに過ぎ去るわね。
It's been a month since I started learning Magecraft from Tosuka in hopes of becoming stronger. I've been butting in hard work and tossed around by Tosuka's malicious nature, so it's a whirlwind. But it went by quickly. نعم؟ يوتيوب مرة مو وقتك هذا بليوق دحين. This past month seemed long but it felt fast. So then a year might go by as quick as a spring break.
1年か。その頃にはこの学校ともお別れだな。
そうね。この教室は今日限りの教室で4月になったら新しい教室になる。それと同じで1年後には違う場所に行くことになるんでしょうね。
Tosuka holds her knees blankly and looks out of the window, still looking down at the campus.
違う場所か。
I wonder what I'll be doing when I graduate a year from now. No, I don't even have to think about it. What I must do doesn't change. I just need to make my ideal come true, just like he believed. Well, and I have one other goal. That's just as big right now, but I don't want to think about it too much since it's irritating.
ねえ、エミヤくんは卒業したらどうするの？やっぱりお父さんの後を継ぐの？
いや、そうだけど、後を継ぐっていうより早く一人前になりたい。そうじゃないとカッコつかないだろ。
へえ、カッコつかないって誰に？
This is it. In other words, the other goal is to make her admit defeat.
別にいいだろ。とにかく俺の急務は一人前になることで、そのために遠坂に弟子入りしたんだ。あと1年よろしく頼む。
あら、随分と強気ね。あと1年で一人前になろうだなんて。私10年ぐらいは覚悟して師匠役を引き受けたんだけど。そっか、エミヤくんはあと1年でいいんだ。
10年？それは嬉しいけど。いや、そうじゃなくて、えらく気の長い話じゃないか、それ。1年ならともかく、10年なんて遠坂も疲れるだろう。
別にエミヤくんの目標が一人前になることと同じで、私のしたいこともあなたを早く一人前にすることだもの。頭の中じゃちゃんと計画立ってるわよ。なんなら紙にして渡そっか。
いや、
I couldn't ask for more, but...
けどそれも無理かな。エミヤくんお父さんの後を継ぐんでしょ？なら卒業した後もずっとこの町にいるってことよね。
そうだけど、そういう遠坂はどうするんだよ。遠坂の家は冬木の管理人なんだろう。遠坂だってこの町から離れられないんじゃないのか。
私は卒業したらロンドンに行くけど、今回の件で魔術協会から推薦も取ったし、試験なしで入学させてくれるらしいわ。
ロンドンって魔術協会の総本山の？
ええ、冬木の町じゃ限界があるし、5年ぐらいは時計塔で勉強しようかなって。父さんもそうだったって言うし、魔術師として一人前になりたいなら最高学部に行くのは当然じゃない？
I'm surprised. It's so sudden that my eyes get wide and my head becomes empty. For Tosuka, who is a legitimate mage, that much is not natural. I finally realized the difference in our positions that I hadn't thought about until now.
ロンドンか。それすごいことなんだよな。
それは微妙じゃないかしら。悔しいけど私本人の力を認められての招待じゃないわ。父さんの功績もあるし、今回の件だって単に最後まで残ったからだし。
She says it casually, but it must be impressive after all. But London, that's indeed a bit too far. And just like my old man who wasn't a part of a major association, I'm also not good with formal stuff like
で
that.
もそれを言うならエミヤ君にだって資格はあるわ。私が推薦すれば入学試験ぐらいは受けさせてもらえると思うけど。
But I might be able to move there at least. I can start working more, study English, and save up enough for the flight to Britain. And about a month's worth of living expenses and find a job over there.
エミヤ君にとって教会は敵地だから乗り気はしないだろうけど、時計塔ならちゃんとした道具も揃ってるし、修行にはもってこいよ。ああ、でも固有結界は秘密にしないとダメだから、あくまで基礎力の試験になるのか。ああ、1年で足りるかな、時間。
No, even if I hypothetically rented an apartment there. I don't know what kind of place Clocktower is, but I'm sure Tosca will get even busier. In that case, I should study on my own and go see her once I become a proper mage. Yeah, that's right. First of all, London isn't even suited for me. I bet I'll faint if I go there and it's filled with people like Kotomine.
ちょっと、人の話聞いてる？エミヤ君。
なんか言ってたのか、トサカ。
Tosca goes quiet with a cloud of expression. Then, as she takes a deep breath with a serious
言
expression.
い忘れてたんだけど、私は遠坂の後継者として招かれてるの。つまり一人前の魔術師としてちゃんとした一人部屋をもらえるってこと。
She says something that doesn't make sense.
だから一人前の魔術師として認められているの。そうなると弟子の一人や二人はいて当然でしょ。ほら向こうじゃ派閥争いもあるっていうし、一人ぐらいは弟子を連れて行ってもいいんだって。
Tosca glances at my face.
それは
Even if I'm thick-headed, I can at least tell what Tosca's trying to say. In other words,
そうよ。世話係としてなら身内一人ぐらいは無条件で連れて行けるみたい。それなら試験を受けることもないし、学費も何もかも免除になるわ。まあ扱いは教会の学徒だけど、教会には属さないっていう損な役回りになっちゃうんだけど。
color returns to my mind that went white. No, I force color back into it and mobilize it. What Tosca's saying is, I rack my brain and absorb myself into weighing my options that I have a year from now. I must look funny being flustered as Tosca's giggling.
なんだよ。俺は別にお前の言葉に踊らされてるんじゃなくてだな。
言いたいことはそれだけ。私はロンドンに行くけど。
She looks softly at me. Tosca looks at me with a mischievous expression.
ねえ、シローはどうするの？
She gently asks me as if seeing through my heart. My face turns red in an instant. Her words and behavior alone blows away my trivial humility and dislike towards the association. This is what I mean by Tosca knowing my weakness. Falling for her is a weakness that I haven't been able to deal with for a long time.
あら、突然だんまり？私、答えを聞いてないんだけどな。
She keeps smiling mischievously. She knows what my answer is, yet she pursues and attacks mercilessly.
だから俺は
London is honestly too far, but I can't imagine learning magecraft from anyone other than Rin. And more than that, I wasn't even thinking of parting with Tosca. Most of all, I want to be with Tosca.
もう、大事なことなんだからはっきり聞かせなさい。世話係になっちゃうけど、私と一緒に行ってくれる？
うるさいバカ。バカ。大事なことならもっとちゃんとした場所で言えってんだ。いきなり言われて口にできるか。
I don't know what will happen to me if I stay like this, so I look away from Tosca. I still feel her presence through my back. Tosca happily washes me sweat.
ね、シロ、答えは？
A gentle voice like a whisper. I give up. Was it this hard just to reply and nod honestly? But I can't look back at Tosca unless I say it clearly.
バカ。そんな分かりきったこと聞くな。
I look at Tosuka just with my eyes and tell her my true feelings, to the best of my ability. Tosuka smiles widens just from those words.
じゃあこれからもよろしくね、エミヤくん。あなたが一人前になるまで遠慮なく鍛えてあげるから覚悟なさい。
そっちこそ言っとくけど本気にしたぞ。こうなったら一人前になるまでちゃんと面倒見てもらうからな。
もちろん白を真人間にして思いっきりハッピーにするのが私の野望なんだから。ロンドンに連れてくぐらいで値を上げられちゃたまらないわ。
Get you a lady who would say this. It's my ambition to turn you into a new man and make you happy. Truly best girl. I don't know where her previous cuteness went. Tosuka says with her confident smile and jumps off the desk. The sun should set soon. Spring break will end, it'll become April and another year should pass by quickly. We will part with this scenery until then. After a year, I will be spending my last moments of student life with Tosuka like this.
帰りましょう。今夜はエミヤくん家で賑やかに晩ご飯にするんだから。
We'll leave the classroom without any regrets. I hear the liveliness of the athletic clubs from the schoolyard. Their shouts are distant and remind me of a sword fight from some time ago. I can't stay in the same place forever. Tosuka and I will be going to a different place a year from now. It should be a while until I find out whether this is the right choice or not. I recall the red figure just once. Neither this classroom nor the sword fight will change. Everything is the same. An illusion like a mirage that disappears if one turns around. But I can get there if I aim high. I will definitely catch up to his back with Tosuka's help. So I'll come up with an answer at that time. The sound of swords echoing in the distance. Using that as a guide, I will eventually reach that place. Walking with the wind blowing on your face, walking towards the future. Busy days with no compass to guide you. After traveling to the distant exotic countries, you will return to where you belong. One sunny day. عارف المشكلة؟
ايه
أنا مش عارف كده دي ترو اند ولا لأ.
بس انا بالنسبه لي فيري جود اندنج صراحه.
يوسفني أقول لك إن دي مش الجود اندنج. سبويلر أليرت. الجود اندنج is sunny day.
بحب الاندنج هذه.
أنا هتشالب عشان أجيب sunny day. كده كده محتاجة علشان أجيب اسمها ايه دي؟ عشان اجيب الترو فيت اندنج اسمها ايه؟ لاست ابيسود. المشكله ان انا فعلا يعني حاسس ان في حاجه ناقصه. المفروض في لقطه بس هو مش سايبني اعدي ولا سايبني حتى ادوس ولا اسجل ولا اي حاجه. وانا عايز اعمل بي كمان. هعمل بي على لما هم يخلصوا العرض بتاعهم ده. His whole life truly was Unlimited Blade Works.
ريد
Crap, I should not have pressed that, so it is the true ending. Okay, good. I got the true ending. Basim, 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 basim. Basim, basim. God, I love Fate. Fate Stay Night truly is a masterpiece, man. The depths of the characters is truly something else. Shiro and Emiya. And Seiba. Well, except for Gilgamesh, he's a little bitch in Fate Stay Night. He's a way more interesting character in other works. But everybody else, by comparison, is actually quite amazing. And Kotomi Nikeri, that delightful evil bastard, is really well done as well. Welcome back.
تقول؟
لا قاعد بكومنت بس على الرايتنج. بسام دي الترو اندنج. في كلمة واحدة ظهرت هنا بعد الإبليوج، في المكان اللي كان مكتوب فيه إبليوج كتبوا answer. What came back to me was a distant memory. It was a sign that he should have forgotten. That he should have forgotten and discarded something that should not have returned.
يعني
The sparks from swords clashing.
النهاية الحلوة هذه النهاية الحلوة.
This is the true ending, by the way, not the good ending. Swords pressing against each other. Dozens of premature and immature attacks and defenses are exchanged. Ayo? Premature and immature? Ayo? The match couldn't even be called an elegant exchange of swords. It's a clumsy melee of each side denying the other. So how did this once worn out vow get revived? It's an unbelievable fight between swords. He charges in despite being fully wounded. His fingers broken, limbs ripped, and the boy doesn't even realize it, but his breathing had long since stopped. The speed is insignificant and the blows he delivers are mediocre. Even though he absorbed his knowledge and reached a point where he could withstand battle, he is back to being as clumsy as he was before. He executes a haphazard mediocre attack. However, that first blow is heavier than any other attacks before. There is no such a thing as a hero of justice. Knowing better than anyone else that his ideals are false, he silences the thought. His distorted mind can't bear it and collapses. It's clear to the boy that his own contradictions are going to eat him up. But he shows no indication that he's going to submit. There's no sign of falsehood in him as he wields the blade while his body is torn apart and his mental state dissolves. The intensity of this conflict is incomparable to anything in the past. The boy swings his sword foolhardily. The two sides struggle. The space is filled with sparks and anything that tries to intervene is instantly cut to pieces. It is the embodiment of two parties' minds, which were repelling each other, yet melding together. A decisive blow is struck. It is simply the final spark and an ember emitted by a person in their last moment. The boy gasps and nearly falls over with each blow, then steps back and swings his sword again. Seeing that, he is convinced his enemy doesn't have any strength left. The boy in front of him is on the verge of death, corpse-like. And yet why does the boy continue to wield his sword as if he has infinite strength? He briefly sees a vision. He must have forgotten, tired of seeing his opponent swing his sword despite knowing that it was pointless. He must have gotten tired of seeing his opponent swing his sword despite knowing it was pointless. Irritation, the most abhorrent impulses well up within him. What did he feel was beautiful and noble? The boy says he doesn't want to see people die meaninglessly. If it's possible, is there a way to save everybody who is suffering? Of course not. He knows a wish like that is meaningless hypocrisy. The idea that others are more important than oneself is not something that should ever cross one's mind. However, how wonderful would it be able to live like that? How great would it be able to uphold such an ideal like that? He can't hear what his enemy is saying. His enemy's voice is so weak, yet the sword he wields is fierce. Looking closer, the boy's hands are gripping the sword, have melded with the hilt. He must have done it to secure the sword, but by doing that he will directly feel the impact from the sword. The boy is covered in blood, and if he retreats even a single step, he will fall forward as a corpse. Every attack the boy executes must be the equivalent of agony in hell. The boy's voice is inaudible. The boy, who's on the brink of death, frantically goes up against the obstacle before him. The man does not need to be told what drives the boy to continue moving. It's a bad dream. The man is shown a reflection of his past. The boy continues to swing with his shredded arm. The only thing that can be heard is a strained yell. There were people that could not be saved, and he himself could not be saved. He saw the memories fade away meaninglessly and justifiably, and he vowed that he would never let that happen again. There's only one thing that comes to mind. What he believes. What he believed. An ideal he once swore to never let anyone else have. Even now he swore he would not let anyone take it away from him. And then, the man realizes that there is no end to this repeating conflict. This enemy will not stop. The enemy will not stop on his own. The boy strikes with all his might, but his efforts do not grab the man's attention. The boy is trying to cut down himself. He is the one who is doing the obstructing. The enemy is wielding his sword for what he believes in, for the sake of what he can continue to believe in. Realizing that, the man gnashes his teeth. He sees the boy fighting even if he knows he can't win, even if he knows there's no point. That is the exact same mistake the man once made. But then why? Why does he keep looking at the boy straight on? The high-pitched sounds of metal. The attack finally gets buried. The opponent should have never been able to block that attack, but he repels the man's attack with all his might, as if it were natural. The mirror shatters. He's not that strong. He's not at all strong. The way he looks when he fights is ugly, and it's beyond appalling. But that sight, who in the world could laugh and scorn him for that? He holds his breath. The enemy flicks his sword and resheaths it in a single large stance. This will be the final attack. Will he be able to stand any longer with his wounded body and fading spirit? He will. The boy overcame these extreme limits 10 times already. Then even if the man prevents his incoming attack, the enemy in front will surely not stop. He wields his sword as he crumbles to the ground, but his eyes, they are looking straight at him. Briefly, he sees a familiar dream. This dream, who thought of it, and who passed it down to whom? The boy's voice finally reaches his empty heart. A single scene comes into sight. What an ugly, obsessive, false sense of goodwill. A beautiful, struggling ideal. The final blow comes, but the man does not see the sword that is about to pierce his chest. That is the only thing that motivates the boy. Even if his heart is fake, the beauty of what he believes in is real. And that is something that can't be faked. That was the only thing the man could be proud of. The thing that was once his own strength. The boy tries to complain with a crushed throat. He wants everyone to be happy. That's right. There was no way to turn back from the very beginning. Because this dream is without a doubt. Countless sins and mistakes were committed by his hands. There was no way to atone for them other than to curse and eliminate himself. His blood-soaked hands were proof that he would never be forgiven. And yet, his gaze is straight. Mistakes and lies. He shakes off everything that pierces him. and he continues to run without stopping. The battle ends in victory. The steel, the pain that pierces his chest, will not pardon his sins. To a man who curses himself, salvation will never come, but he gains a small answer. The answer will only last until he fades once again. It's a minute and a meaningless one. It's a minute and a meaningless one that will be forgotten the next time he is summoned. There is nothing to feel remorse over. It is something that has already been established, something that the boy will spend the rest of his life building. There is only one thing that comes to mind. There is regret. He doesn't know how many times he wished to start over. This conclusion and ending, Emiya will continue to curse it forever. And yet,
それでも俺は間違えてなどいなかった。
oh God, it's in his
صوت
voice.
كريتسوغو. صوت كريتسوغو صح؟
كريتسوجو انت قصدك yet I was not wrong؟
يا
ارشر يا بسام مش كريتسوجو.
اوه
ارشر هو اللي بيقولها. انا على فكرة دي مش عارفها، انا فاكر ان هو شيرو هو اللي بيقول I was not wrong.
يس
بعد كل ده قال yet I was not wrong. There's nothing to talk about. The boy will stay while the man will go. The only thing that remains in memory will be the exchanged blows. The path stretches into the distance. Relying on distant echoing sounds, the boy heads for the wilderness. Finale. Rinse through ending. لو عملت continue بيوديني فين؟
الساعة 2 واحد.
بس خلاص عارف ان الساعة، عارف الساعة كام، ما تقلقش. بس ممكن اعمل سيف اهو. بس محتاج اعمل سيف بس. بكرة ان شاء الله هحاول اكتشف الجود اندنج اجيبها ازاي. And so before I end the stream, I just have to say one thing, Bassam. And yet he was not wrong.
عارف شخصيته حلوة.
ايوه، هو مش بس مش مسألة ارشر، هو انا عجباني الاندنج. كنت دايما بقول ارشر اكل تبن في النهاية، بس اللي عاجبني ان هو في النهاية he no longer regrets his past.
سمع.
And yet I was not wrong. واحدة من الحاجات اللي غيرته ان هو نسي هو ليه كان كده. يعني فاكر حاجات تفاصيل بس مش فاكر كل حاجة. نسي هو ليه كان كده. لما قابل نفسه كده بالإصرار الشديد المبالغ فيه ده، افتكر ليه فعلا هو كان obsessed with his ideal يعني.
I show off.
شوف off till the end. Faker defeated the king of heroes. More like the king of little bitches. بصراحة جميل. Really really beautiful. Truly beautiful. عجبني أوي بصراحة. عجبني فشخ. يعني في النهاية الروت فعلا كان جامد، بس ولاد الكلب لما شغلوا الموسيقى تاني بتاعت سيبر لما بتختفي دي قطعوني مرة تانية. كفايه عليا مره
من
واحده
غير
يعني.
شغلها لك الموسيقى
كفايه عليا مره واحده يا ولاد الكلب، يعني انا هتشغلوها لي كام مره تقطعوا قلبي يعني.
على طول. اول ما استعملت اكسكاليبر يقول لك السيف اختفى على طول.
يعني how many times do I have to see Saber disappear يعني.
وبعدين فلاش حتى ما لحقت تسلم على رين.
لا ولا لا لا، ركز في حاجه. قالت ان هي لسه عندها شويه مانع كفايه، لو عايزه فعلا تفضل تستي، لو عايزه فعلا تفضل تستي تقدر، بس قالت لا. وفي حاجه تانية كويسه جدا مهمه جدا نسينا نتكلم فيها. Despite this being unlimited blade works, Saber في الآخر is actually saved. Saber هتكمل ال continuation of the dream، لأن هي خلاص قررت إنه to give up on the holy grail وإنها تكمل. ده
بعد
شيء
الهضبة
فاجئني
أكيد.
بصراحة، ده شيء كان طول عمره بالنسبة لي
أنا
vague.
تفاجأت مثلك لما قال خلاص بتمشي فوق بعد الهضبة اللي كانت
بالظبط beyond the
عندها.
hill. to go beyond the hill يعني continuation of the dream، يعني
يس.
she will stop seeking the grail. ده بالنسبة لي كان طول عمره حاجة uncertain، مش عارف يعني هل هي بتتغير نهايتها ولا لا. كنت فاكر ان هو يعني، لان كنت فاكر ان هو فيت روت هو الحته الوحيده اللي بتبقى نهايتها كويسه فيها. طلع لا، ده كمان يعني. وبرضه يعني مش ممكن تقول كويسه قوي يعني. في الاخر كده هتروح افالون تقعد مع استاذ ميرلين لوحدهم وخلاص، تقعد مع ميرلين وخلاص، هي وميرلين بس ستيل نايس يعني، على الاقل قاعده مع ميرلين وقاعده في يوتوبيا يعني. فاحسن من المعاناه والبؤس الالترناتيف. speaking of المعاناة والبؤس الالترناتيف، انا I'm not ready for heaven's feel. مش no spoilers بس I'm not ready for heaven's feel. I am so not ready for heaven's feel bro. I am not ready for heaven's feel. By the way heaven's feel بيقول لك اطول روت
واو.
فيهم كلهم، يعني علشان الناس بيحب السفرنج، فعايزك تتعذب تفضل اطول روت تقعد تتعذب فيه.
انا
بكره ان
عايز
شاء
اقول
الله
لك
هنحاول نكمل علشان اجيب الجود اندنج.
مم.
وان كنت انا مش عارف هجيب امها ازاي، هحاول ارجع كده معينه واظبط الامور، وان كنت يعني مش متاكد ان الدنيا هتمشي كويس معايا بالشكل ده يعني. بس فيها بفكر بصراحه اخليها من غير ستريم، ابدا الستريم بس لو عرفت اوصل للجود اندنج،
ممكن.
لكن اخليها من غير ستريم لحد ما اعرف اوصل للجود اندنج. also known as sunny day which is very cool. قشطة. خلص النهاردة بقى، اقفل على كده. That's it. We'll end it here
نتكلم
today.
بكره كمان.